All right, welcome back, everybody. If you don't mind finding your seat, that'd be great. We have an awesome paper coming up, but before we get into that, I want to just say that there is plenty of refreshments. So please, please, please don't be bashful about taking snacks and enjoying them while you listen to these awesome papers. If the coffee and hot water runs out over there, there's more coffee and hot water over here. So, feel free to indulge. So our next paper is from a gentleman, a PHC alumnus, who I had heard a whole lot about, but had not had the pleasure of meeting in person until today. And so in an important sense, this is an awesome result of this whole thing, is I get to bring in and hear from all of my best friends, but then I also get to make awesome new friends who are really, really wise and have great insights. I think you guys are going to really enjoy this paper. So John Southards graduated from PHC in 2020 with a major in political philosophy. He currently lives in Northern Virginia, teaching high school humanities at Dominion Christian School, and is pursuing his MA in Language and Literature from Signum University, where he has a double concentration in medieval and Renaissance literature and Germanic philology. The title of his paper is Recovering the Lost Art of Philology. So please welcome John.
Thank you, Justin. It's also, as you say, one of the benefits of these conferences that I've heard your name for years. And so I was very excited to get to meet you today as well. In C.S. Lewis's prolific Screwtape Letters, a correspondence between a senior devil to his upstart nephew, the experienced Screwtape lauds the replacement of the word charity with unselfishness. When Christians rely on the term unselfish to understand Christ-like love, they are forced to think of themselves first. Whereas charity may deplete the very awareness of self, unselfishness is intelligible only in terms of the self. Though Lewis's primary point well deserves further contemplation, I'm at present concerned with the secondary point. Screwtape alludes to this bit of linguistic skullduggery as the work of the philological arm. That is, Lewis implies that language is so essential to the Christian life that crafty demons would do well to devote an entire branch of their government to confuse Christians' language. Lewis's secondary point is not that the infernal powers do indeed confuse the church's language. It is that the very words Christians use are essential in shaping their perception of and interaction with reality. If it is the duty of the church to consider Lewis's point, it is doubly the duty of any member of the church who plays an impactful role in shaping the language of others. Though the position of classical Christian educator is not an office in the church, the educator is far more likely to develop a young person's understanding of language than any office holder is. Students develop their understanding of language every day, not just on the days when they're meeting with their local body in an official capacity. The older the student, the more likely it is that he is intaking language from hundreds of other sources: peers, music, movies, video games, social media, etc. The educator is seldom the primary linguistic developer in a student's life, but the educator does have regular opportunities to shape the student's use of and disposition toward language. Which is to say, if Lewis's assertion is true, the educator is in a peculiar position to love his neighbor. Much is riding on whether Lewis is correct. But this does not indicate that he is correct. Today, I want to persuade you that Lewis's assertion is true and that the proper response to its truth is bringing philology back into education. Neil Postman argues in Amusing Ourselves to Death that the American imagination has transitioned from being primarily typographic to being primarily image-based. That is, the way Americans think has shifted from being founded on the written word to resting on visuals. Though Postman declines to argue that one medium of communication is completely superior to the other, he does point out that typographic communication possesses at least one specific difference. Propositions have binary truth values, while images do not. That is not to say that images cannot accurately portray reality, merely that we tend to compare images with the other two transcendentals, goodness and beauty, when we evaluate their conformity with reality. The statement, "The cow jumped over the moon last Tuesday," is, at least to my awareness, false. But a painting of a cow jumping over the moon last Tuesday will not be labeled false. An image would suggest much about the bovine loonhopper, but it would not itself be described as true or false. Truth is commonly reserved to discuss propositional rather than image-based communication. This generates Postman's concern. Because images do not demand a binary truth value, it is impossible to conduct rational discourse with images. Propositions are a sine qua non for rational dialogue. This diagnosis, however, does not merely apply to visual images, it applies to words. Words are the building blocks of propositions and are thus pre-propositional. If rational dialogue is not possible without propositions, then all pre-propositional media of communication must be non-rational. Here, a distinction is important. Words are non-rational, not irrational. A man who is afraid of cellos is behaving irrationally. That is, his behavior is not properly aligned with his rational nature. The cello itself is non-rational. It is not in the nature of a cello to be rational, and so it is not. To say that words are non-rational is not to accuse them of misbehaving, but to acknowledge their nature. Because words are non-rational and propositions are rational, we use different faculties to apprehend the meaning of each. While meaningful propositions are apprehended by the faculty of reason, meaningful words, since they evoke images, are apprehended by the faculty of imagination. By imagination, I do not mean make-believe, but what Boethius called intellectus, and Aquinas intelligentia. It is the mechanism by which our soul apprehends images, likenesses, and essences. Because words are so closely associated with propositions, it may seem counterintuitive to call them non-rational. Yet words are at least as metaphorical as pictures. That is, they suggest ideas rather than stating them explicitly. Their essence can only be taken in by one's imagination. Allow me to illustrate the nature of apprehending imagery before looking at the anatomy of words. The process of crafting and understanding metaphors is one of identifying particulars that share a common universal principle. For instance, in Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, when the young children, Jim and Scout, are given air rifles, their father Atticus tells them they may shoot anything but a mockingbird. After all, a mockingbird harms no one and helps everyone by making beautiful music. A larger principle stands behind Atticus's command to not kill mockingbirds. Do not harm the innocent for your own benefit. If this principle were only expressed in terms of mockingbirds, their readers might miss it and would likely think Lee's title rather silly. Instead, the same principle shows up twice more in the book. Once with an innocent black man accused of rape, and again with a recluse who killed a man to save children. In the former case, Lee shows that the sleepy Alabama town of Macomb commits sin by sending Tom Robinson to his death. In the latter case, Lee permits the good people of Macomb to practice righteousness by not condemning Boo Radley. It is only by contemplating these two events that the reader can fully appreciate the metaphor embedded in the title, To Kill a Mockingbird. Metaphors draw the mind from multiple concrete examples up to one lofty idea. This is precisely how words work. Consider the word deliver. In an age of online shopping, English speakers frequently use this word in reference to their packages. To say, "My book was delivered," is to communicate that a selected book was taken from a storage facility, placed in a box, driven from that facility to my home, and taken out of the vehicle and set on my doormat. While that meaning is clear, this is not always what deliver means. When a Christian says God delivered him from sin, he does not mean that God put him in a box, put the box in a truck, and drove the truck to someone's house and lay the box on their doormat. Instead, the Christian means that God has rescued him from sin and its natural consequences. Both uses of the word deliver are correct, but both clearly do not mean to express the same exact idea by it. One of these uses is metaphorical. The word deliver comes from the Latin delibera, or to set free from. At first glance, it seems that the former use is metaphorical, while the latter is literal. After all, when I say my box has been delivered, I'm speaking metaphorically. I mean that it has been set free from the bondage of an ugly storage facility, and it's been given a new home on my bookshelf. On the other hand, it appears that people really are enslaved to sin and need deliverance. Yet, it turns out that both uses are metaphorical. The Christian use of deliver also suggests that God has set a man free from the bondage of sin. That is, it also uses the imagery of captivity to poetically describe an aspect of salvation. It may strike us that this is hardly poetic, but we must acknowledge that the book example is closer to bondage in one way. It is physical. Both bondage and captivity suggest physicality. Bondage comes from the Old Norse bondi, literally a householder. A bondsman was a servant who owed allegiance to the house dweller. To be in bondage was to be rooted to a particular place and a particular man. Captivity is derived from the Latin captura, which means to seize. The man in captivity is one who has been physically taken in. To be set free from bondage or captivity, then, suggests that one has been physically set free. It may be poetic to say the book was in bondage or captivity, but it certainly was physically held back until the delivery. The Christian spiritual state is, of course, not held back physically. When using the language of bondage, captivity, and delivery, the Christian is making a comparison between his spiritual state and a detained man's physical state. His soul was spiritually held back by sin the way a man may be physically held back by his captors. Even in its common uses, the word deliver is used poetically. That is, it is employed to suggest a kind of imagery rather than to state a meaning outright. I've not selected the word deliver because it is unique in this way, but precisely because it is not unique. Anyone familiar with language may perform a similar analysis on any common word. The meaning of words is implicit rather than explicit. Those who have not heard of this idea before find it rather hard to swallow. After all, if someone says his book has been delivered, it is obvious he is not trying to be clever or poetic. All he means is that the book he bought has arrived. It is necessary to distinguish between metaphorical propositions and metaphorical words. Though it may seem counterintuitive, metaphorical words are not a sufficient condition for a metaphorical proposition. A proposition may have a literal meaning even while it is made up of metaphorical words. Suppose a woman is asked what she's doing later and replies, "I have a date tonight." This proposition has no hidden meaning. It is clear that the woman means that she plans to meet a man later in the day for some vaguely romantic purpose. Yet, while her meaning is clear, she has still expressed the idea through metaphors. The woman does not really mean that she has the date. That is, she does not mean that she owns it, that it is a physical object in her possession. By using the language of having, she has merely implied that she is a woman with a plan. Nor does the woman intend to convey the message that she owns time by saying that she has a date. Though it literally refers to a day on a calendar, the woman has used date to imply she will be using time in a certain way. Thus, the statement may be taken literally, even though it is comprised of building blocks that are used metaphorically. The metaphorical nature of words becomes clearer once we consider the word metaphor itself. Metaphor is from the compound add a Greek word, metapherein. Meta is over plus pherein to carry, so a metaphor is that which has been carried over. We do not use this word literally. We must think of it poetically. When someone makes a metaphor, he is carrying an image from one object over to another object. Words rarely refer precisely to the object a man has in mind when he speaks. Instead, the man uses words to carry over the essence of one concept to describe another idea, just like we see in To Kill a Mockingbird. Consider once again Lewis's example of the man who has replaced the word charity with unselfishness. The Christian who speaks of being unselfish is not being irrational. We may easily put the line of reasoning in a propositional form. Christians are to love their neighbors. Loving one's neighbors entails loving them for their own sake, not for what one can get out of them. If we love others for what we can get out of them, we are being selfish. Therefore, Christians ought not to be selfish. The word unselfish intuitively refers to the opposite of the state of selfishness. Therefore, Christians ought to be unselfish. Nothing in this logic has gone amiss. The philological arm is not the logical arm. It is not concerned with disrupting the reason with which Christians communicate, but with disrupting the imagination by which Christians understand the world. Because this is a problem not of misusing reason, but of misusing the imagination, no amount of training in logic can fix it. The Christian may study logic intensely without ever constructing the slightest bulwark against an attack on his imagination. A common objection meets this line of thought. We may say, well, I grant you that you can describe communication as an exercise in imagination, but this seems to be grossly overthinking the issue. The Christian who wants to be unselfish is really no different than the one who wants to be charitable. Perhaps the words have slightly different connotations, but we all know that the man, what he really means. This objection can be addressed on three fronts. First, if we claim to know that a man really means apart from his own expression, we have not made communication easier, but more difficult. We must allow people to speak for themselves, or we may as well give up on listening. If the Christian really did think his duty was merely to not think about himself, it is quite probable that he would communicate such a belief with the word unselfish. Orthodox Christianity will look very different today if the early church had taken such a lax approach to the statements, Christ is of similar substance with the Father. If every time any Christian expressed an unorthodox view, the church then overlooked his language, errors would likely never see correction. Second, this objection has over-intellectualized man's apprehension of and interaction with reality. It assumes that as long as we are communicating reasonably, everything else will fall into place. It does not take into account that man is a complex creature who may be directed by his imagination as much as by his reason. Even if a Christian did mean charity when he said unselfish, it is still conceivable that his repeated use of the word unselfish would continually push him to think of the virtue in terms of his self. If he ever stopped to ask himself, what does it mean to be unselfish? He is far more likely to spend time thinking about himself than if he had asked, what does it mean to be charitable? Third, this objection assumes that the words are only helpful as self-expression, not as communication. When words express ideas, the ideas can in turn shape another's conception of reality. When an idea is miscommunicated, the idea is distorted. But just because an idea is distorted does not mean that it cannot be believed. Even if the man who calls charity unselfishness somehow remained immune to its effect, he would still be communicating the wrong idea to his fellow Christians. Though the man has an orthodox view behind his terminology, the same might not be true for his children, who may come to believe that they serve their neighbors because it is the self-denial, not the giving, that is pleasing in God's sight. Words, then, are the building blocks of what the philosopher Charles Taylor calls the social imaginary. A social imaginary is not really one's social theory or worldview. That is, it is not only concerned with how someone thinks about the world, but how he feels about it, how he talks about it, and how he shares his thoughts, feelings, and speech with his community. That is, while a social theory or worldview may be primarily concerned with man's reason, a social imaginary is concerned with man's imagination and how it informs his reason. Since the word's metaphorical nature makes it an image, it plays an essential role in one's social imaginary. This clarifies why words can be so dangerous. Poor analogies produce poor understanding. The philosopher Joseph Pieper suggests that communication is supposed to help two or more humans share in reality with each other. Every time we misuse a word or use the wrong word, we are constructing a poor analogy. So long as we rely on that poor analogy to make reality intelligible to ourselves or others, we are suggesting a relationship that does not actually exist. We have ceased to share in reality. Our imagination then misleads our reason. Those familiar with the abolition of man may like to visualize this as a man whose chest is leading his head rather than submitting to it. Heretofore, we've only been discussing the dangers of miscommunication, the accidental failure to properly communicate. We must now turn to discommunication, the willfully malicious failure to properly communicate. While miscommunication is a kind of poor poetry, discommunication is a kind of seductive poetry. It makes itself out to be more beautiful than it really is. Consider an example. As post-Enlightenment Europe worked out the logical implications of its rejection of Christianity and found it needed a new language to explain morality because good and evil are tied to a teleological social imaginary. This fracture resulted in multiple new vocabularies for morality, one of which probably belongs to the existentialists. Within the existential social imaginary, the old language of goodness lent too much authority to an external standard and not enough to the individual. Yet even if a universal metric for good and evil disappears, people will still wish to express their fondness of or hatred for actions. A word must be created or reapplied to convey such a meaning. This is precisely how Friedrich Nietzsche thought. Many forget that Nietzsche was not trained as a philosopher only, but as a philologist, and that his impactful genealogy of morals, in which he attempts to dismantle the language of good and evil, is as much a work of philology as of philosophy. Once good and evil are abolished, one may express his aesthetic preferences in terms of his values. One's values are simply what one values, or happens to prefer. Values operate precisely the way an existentialist would desire. They describe preferences without imposing them on anyone else. If he is surrounded by such a social imaginary, it will be natural for the Christian to adopt the language of values to describe his own beliefs without appearing bigoted. Consider the sort of effect this vocabulary could have. Perhaps a father who uses the term Christian values because he is untrained in words means nothing by it, but he will raise his children to understand the nature of transcendent goodness, truth, and beauty only in terms of relative preference. Their understanding of Christianity will grow in weedy soil because their very idea of morality is being captured differently. What is shocking is not merely that a Christian might unthinkingly latch onto this vocabulary, but that so many Christians have. If you keep an ear out, you'll see this sort of vocabulary being used by many young Christians. Listen for phrases such as authenticity, his truth, and it would be right for him to. Or simply take a look at how many church websites have a tab marked our values. This is not a battle many Christians are fighting. It is a battle we've lost because we never realized it was a battle. That's all well and good in theory, we might be thinking, but language naturally changes over time. Some words no longer evoke the imagery they originally did. Perhaps values used to connote dangerous imagery, but they've become new, less dangerous metaphors since the 19th and 20th centuries. Now, this objection has some merit. Language does change over time, and it would be foolish to ignore the meaning of a word in its cultural context. At the same time, it is false that values have become new metaphors, and that they have ceased to become metaphors at all. In his essay on politics in the English language, George Orwell calls such vocabulary meaningless words. Orwell means the words have ceased to act as metaphors. Rather than beckoning an image to our minds, these words, and these are Orwell's words, not only do not point to any discoverable object, but are hardly even expected to do so by the reader. That is, when people lose consciousness of the metaphorical nature of the words they use, those words are no longer meant to point the reader to any reality, but to trick dull minds into thinking they have said or read a claim of some substance. Philip began us by saying that he was hoping we would have a little bit more to say at this academic conference than maybe others we've been to. I'm sure we've all heard academic papers that were very fancy and ultimately meaningless. The word values does not stir our imaginations to picture anything. It has not become a new metaphor, but a dead one. Such words are the favorite tools of sophists, for on their lips they sound rich and full, while really being poor and empty. This abuse of language may have deep impacts on the souls it surrounds. Orwell notes that while a careful writer will deliberate over the images of his words, the lazy writer will not need take such pains. Orwell comments, you can shirk deliberation by simply throwing your mind open and letting the ready-made phrases come crowding in. They will construct your sentences for you, even think your thoughts for you to a certain extent, and at need they will perform the important service of partially concealing your meaning even from yourself. He actually then goes on to compare this process to be turning, he says, when we just take our meaningless words, we actually become like machines. Which I think very relevant to what we talked about earlier today. Words, we could say, when they become dead, just become ways to enforce cram on other people. Dead words do not have new meanings, they merely obscure old ones. It is much easier to think of Christian values than to seriously contemplate what it means to be holy as God is holy. The former allows us to be content with the process of conforming our lifestyle to our vague conception of 21st century American Christian culture. The latter forces us to confront the fact that God does not conform to us, but demands that we conform to him. While using the language of values may be convenient for Christians, it is not more helpful. Employing dead language to describe a difficult idea does not make the concept more approachable. Rather, it vaccinates the soul against the legitimate fear that it has not truly understood. The language of values does not have a new meaning now. Instead, it distracts us from thinking about meaning at all. Like the man in the desert who is led off course by the illusion of water, our souls are tempted from the narrow path by the illusion of meaning. This is a battle that must be fought, but how do we fight it? The problem is getting started. The ability to identify poorly used words is accompanied by knowledge of philosophy, theology, history, literature, and language, as well as an awareness of one's own times. In addition to all that, one needs the disposition to love and care for words. It seems a daunting task. Yet, until quite recently, this was a staple fixture of the classical world. People could receive such training without unnecessary barriers and find positions within universities where they might develop their training and love of words while teaching younger learners to cultivate it for themselves. Speaking, of course, of philology. A philologist is a lover of words, a scholar of texts in their original language, and an expert on the culture surrounding those texts. A philologist is a trained reader of metaphors and knows how to draw out the metaphors embedded in his native language by loving its history. His job is not to love words, but is not only to love words, rather, but to infect others with his love. We must recover the lost art of philology. My proposal will take at least one generation and no small degree of collaboration between Christian classical education institutions. I offer 5 steps to at least begin the conversation. Number 1, educators need to make a commitment to inspiring their students to love communication. I do not merely mean eloquence, but the desire to consistently speak in a way that makes reality clearer to one's listener. We must make it our goal to see students fall in love with good poetry, and thus with proper communication. Second, schools must commit to a rigorous language program, especially at the elementary level. Young children have not completely learned to think in their native tongue, which means they do not need to learn how to translate into a new language. The metaphors in different languages are naturally more alive to children. It is a prime time to learn a new language. At the high school and college level, institutions to make language courses require all 4 years. Aim at literary rather than merely conversational fluency. Number 3, advertise classical language programs in terms of their intrinsic rewards. No more roping people in the study of Latin with promises of high SAT scores or the ability to understand words in a science or law field. Learning to read in other languages is like learning to see a new color. Reading a good piece of literature in that language is like watching a sunset with a new color. Tell students that if they work hard at Latin or literally any other language, they will see beauty beyond their imaginations. Number 4, encourage good high school students, and this, by the way, is not just for high school teachers, but people who are in a church with high school students. Encourage high school students to consider studying philology in college. This is not just for language teachers. Theology, philosophy, history, and literature all have a rich heritage in languages other than English. Tell the student who loves delving deep into the text that he may enjoy philology. Anyone who enjoys a close textual examination of a translated book will find a close textual examination of the book in its original language exponentially more enjoyable. Finally, for number 4 to work, colleges and universities must begin developing philology programs. Dr. Mitchell. The program may start as a minor or a classics track, but they can grow from there. If we want to have trained philologists, we must be willing to train philologists, even if that means creating yet another major that materialists will disdain. Finally, I do not wish anyone to think of this as merely a process by which we mitigate the damage that's already been done to our culture. Man was created as a poetic creature. The Christian who is aware of this aspect of his nature may create, in both verse and propositions, some of the most beautiful poetry on this earth. Such poetry may be within a generation's reach, if we are willing to recover the lost art of philology.
Thank you very much, John. Any questions? Start here, then go in the back.
Sounds good. If I could, I'll take a brief aside, John. First of all, fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed that and have multiple thoughts. I'll try to condense at least 1 to 2 down. I did want to say from a note of just kind of the practical implications of where philology hits the ground. The group that I work with largely works on reteaching natural law for attorneys and judges in particular. The founder and director of our group, Hadley Arcus, he spoke here, I think before you were with us at PHC a while back now. He likes to remind me of his conversations that he would have with Justice Scalia, in which Scalia would make the argument essentially that the role of the judge was to look at the law and to do what the law said, and the role of making value judgments was the political branches and the people. That was where that was rooted. Whereas Hadley likes to pull and remind that really we started talking about value judgments with Max Weber and Nietzsche, like those questions of value judgment rather than questions of justice. What is just, what is unjust, and what could be more in the realm of a judge than that question of what is just and unjust. So in many ways, we're working to undo that, even within the conservative legal movement in particular. Now, jumping from that, from the practical to a very theoretical, I wrote this question out, and I hope you'll be able to parse it out. Can we draw a distinction between metaphorical descriptions of spiritual realities and direct descriptions of spiritual realities? For example, we generally avoid the use of metaphors to describe the relationship of the Trinity. It tends to be a dangerous thing. At least to approach them with some skepticism, yet we still affirm faith in a triune Godhead, and we use words to describe that, okay? However, if we can't quite make that jump, are we bound to speak only within the realm of physical realities? To use the example of sacramentalism, for example, there's one lens wherein it's purely metaphorical, and another in which, through ritual participation, it is imminently real. Can we see language ever make that sacramental leap, or is that impossible and man-made rational language can never make that leap of faith, as it were? Or perhaps does it mean that our physical world is charged and suffused with spiritual realities, and that distinction is false to begin with?
Okay, let me see if I can repeat the question, make sure I understand it. Yeah, okay, so are you asking, can we actually have words that are not like dangerous metaphors for the Trinity, or can we only rely on the sacraments?
So I suppose that could be part of it in the question. Perhaps that's maybe where one of the areas where the rubber hits the road on that. But in the sense more particularly of to what extent can we describe spiritual realities directly, or are we bound to using the language of metaphor, or physical language, as it were, language that is based in our physical realities? Or is that a false dichotomy to begin with?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I will need to think, please email that to me because I want to think more, spend more time thinking about it. But my initial reaction would be to say, I don't think we can completely understand physical realities without making some sort of, or rather spiritual reality without making a metaphor. But I think it's also hard for us to describe much of what goes on that's not spiritual without making a metaphor. So I wouldn't say that puts our apprehension of the spiritual realm in a, I don't know, in a less intelligent or a less intelligible realm. But you already see this happening all the time in the Old Testament. God keeps making metaphors for what happens in the New Testament, and then you read Paul talking about the mountains. And go, oh, Sarah and Hagar correspond to these mountains, which correspond to the church. I'm like, wait, what? Where did that come from? So I would say, yes, I think we are made such that we have to make analogs, and because words necessarily make analogies, then we are in that realm. But I don't think that's bad or dangerous. It seems, since that's how God reveals himself, it seems like that's something good. We should still be careful with what analogies we make. You don't want to make the three-leaf clover is the Trinity. So we went around saying, well, I don't believe in a triune God, I believe in a three-leaf clover God. Like, So we should still exercise prudence there. But yeah, I think since we only know one part now, then we're just going to have to use analogies with all our words to understand what the spiritual realm really is.
As a way of follow-up as I go to the next question, is it perhaps this idea that rather than the natural being set apart from the supernatural, that in fact they're kind of suffused one and through each other?
Okay, so that opens up a whole can of worms, and I won't get into all of it. I'll just say what Lewis would say, since I am basing this off of Lewis's idea. Lewis would say, actually, to understand how nature works at all, we have to have some sort of bifurcation. And think about the word supernatural, means above the natural realm. There has to be some sort of distinction. But we could also say that there's not a complete divorce between them. So think of God reveals himself as a father, and then he invents fatherhood and the animals and a man. So it doesn't seem like we're just making an analogy to try to understand God. It seems like he makes it there. So there definitely is a stronger connection than I think a lot of times we might suggest, but I think there's still a distinction between the natural and supernatural.
Thank you so much. This was really enjoyable. I suppose I have a more practical question about your proposition for education and how to sort of bring back the love of philology and the love of words. I was hoping you could actually expand on that, because my experience, I also, of course, love classical education, and I think I agree wholeheartedly with you, but my experience very much points to that it's difficult to integrate two languages at once, or more than one language at once, in really early years of primary education, because it's more difficult to, as you do mention, they're learning to think in the languages that they are learning. And so when they're thinking in multiple languages before they learn their native tongue, they get very confused. And then further down the road, they have a harder time grasping onto one language well, statistically. So practically, what point would you integrate it? What point, what languages are better to learn than others, if that's the case? And just how would you, in the ideal world of classical education that you could create, if you had a school, how would you implement this?
Great question. So first, I want to identify what I think is an assumption in the question, which may or may not be true. And so you're saying, when we're talking about people learning multiple languages at the same time, especially at an earlier age, then it's harder to think in any one language, which we kind of assume, oh, well, that's a sign that something's gone wrong. Well, actually not necessarily. You can say, hey, I want to think of something using metaphors. It's actually good to think of it through multiple metaphors instead of just one. So Lewis writes this, as I was telling you actually about this earlier today, Blue Spells and Flower Spheres, where he talks about two different types of metaphor. And one metaphor is what he calls the magistral metaphor. It's the one that the teacher makes for the students so that they can understand the concept. He doesn't need the metaphor to understand it. He just gives them one so they can kind of latch on to the idea. But then there's also the pupillary metaphor, which is how the students see it. So he gives the example, if you want to explain Kant's idea of rose-colored glasses, then you could just call it the glasses principle. And then students always think of, oh, looking at something from a different paradigm is like putting on glasses. And the teacher knows, magistrally, it has nothing to do with glasses. And the students go, yeah, it's all about glasses. And they can't actually see it connect to anything else. So because words are by nature metaphorical, it might not actually be bad if we didn't think in one language exclusively, or if there wasn't even this conception of, well, this is my language, and I can kind of try on the other languages. What if we thought in multiple languages throughout the course of our life? Well, then we might look at the same idea through different metaphors, and we wouldn't be trapped in the perspective as glasses situation. How would I implement all this? I mean, I haven't done enough research yet to know at what age is the best time to introduce languages. And I also can't comment on what the best languages are because I don't know all of them. I would say, though, from a classical approach, Greek and Latin are essential. Historically, we have also introduced German at a fairly early age because Germanic is a language family that is still Proto-Indo-European, but is distinct from the Romantic languages. So if you want to have an idea of, here's how at least the Proto-Indo-European languages work, study some form of German, Latin, and Greek, and then from there you can start building into the different types of Romantic languages and the different types of Germanic languages. Obviously, you can go way further and say, well, we're also going to learn Hebrew, and we're going to learn Sanskrit, and well, that would be great, but we're probably not going to get that all in by the time they're in 5th grade.
Again, by way of follow-up, John earlier was asked the question, well, how do you best realize the practical side of what his paper was on? And he said, provocatively, have kids. And in an important way, in describing that, he said that children are often very literal. So how does this work, especially if we're introducing languages that are essentially metaphor, that at the same time have a mind that is very literal in terms of interpretation and understanding?
Great question. So I'm actually going to disagree with John's language, though not his point. Children are not literal, because literal means by the letter. And children actually think less in letters than we do. And so they're actually trying to get to the universal itself, which is why John's saying, yeah, I can't give them a bunch of nuances, a bunch of different analogies for, oh, here's how we can understand the universal, because they just want to know, what's right and what's wrong. And it's what I understand from the outside, part of what John's describing as a hardship of parenting, is that you can't just give the child, well, here is exactly what is right or wrong, without using some form of metaphor. So I would say actually the best thing we could do, because children immediately want to go to the universal, we should start introducing them to different types of particularity, which means introducing different forms of language. Obviously, at the stage that where John is with his son, he's still not going to be like, well, son, if we understand this in the French, really, like, so
don't underestimate Jack.
You need to well, sure. Let's say I couldn't do that with my kids. I don't know what they do over there. But it is important to go ahead and start training the process early on. Just like Lewis in The Abolition of Man says, you want to start training children at a young age to love what is worth loving, so that once their reason connects, they go, oh, this was it all along. As Eliot says, they return to this is the end of our exploring, to arrive at the same place and know it for the first time. That's what we want to do with children. But again, I'm speaking as an outsider. I don't have children, so there's a lot I don't know about that.
Thank you, John. It was excellent, and lays groundwork and perhaps critiques in some ways my response to Nietzsche, which I'll be giving next. So I look forward to hearing how you interact with my thoughts. Yeah, I wonder what you would make of. So I'm interested in your critique of Christians taking up the language of sort of values. Mm-hmm. One influence on my thinking about a response to Nietzsche is Dietrich von Hildebrand, who very much takes up the language of values. One of his famous sort of spiritual texts is Transformation in Christ, and the subtitle is On the Christian Attitude, and it's largely kind of trying to offer, it's trying to spell out the beauty of the Christian sort of subjective vision, or the Christian experience. This is kind of Christian existentialism. I wonder what you make of that. As even, should we abandon that project altogether? Remove the sort of Christian values tab from the church website, or is there something there?
Yeah. So I have not read von Hildebrand, so I take what I ever say with a grain of salt. You know way more about this than I do. I would at least be very hesitant to use the same language. Now, is there a role for talking about a Christian's appreciation of that which is good, true, and beautiful? Absolutely. And can you talk about an internal appreciation in terms of values? Yeah, you can. That's what we do. I think at the very least what we should be very careful with is not letting the two bleed into each other, where we say, your personal appreciation of something is all that makes it valuable, which I think we can do when we have like the church tab for our values, because no church website goes, now let me explain exactly what we mean by values here. So I think at least in our public conversation, where there's not going to be nearly as much nuance as in a book, that we should be very careful, but certainly there's an element in which we can use any word carefully and show what it really means when we have the chance for nuance.
Definitely appreciated this. Made my jaw drop several times, so thank you. If you were going to pick several foreign words or expressions that you have found most helpful in expanding your imagination or giving a different color to your view of the world, what would those be? I don't want to limit you to one because I know that makes it challenging, but I want to give you some latitude to describe several.
Yeah, let me give 2 examples. One's from Old Norse, one's from Latin. So Old Norse has something called a kinning. It comes from the word kenna, to call. They're great. They just love making metaphors. So if you read The Hobbit, then you've seen kinnings when Smaug asks Bilbo, "Who are you?" And he starts coming up with different ways to describe himself. You know, I'm the barrel rider, the luck wearer, all these things. They're kinnings. Old Norse has actually more than any other language we know of. They're awesome. So those in general, any kinning is, whoa, that's great. Maybe my favorite is a kinning for a boat is called a sail steed. Now, the great thing about kinnings is it makes you think about parts of the world that are related to each other that you never would have guessed were related. And this is actually part of Christian's point right before lunch, is that the cosmos, reality itself, has so many relationships that we never thought of before. Lemony Snicket, who is not very academic person, but still very clever, has his book Poison for Breakfast. And he actually says, as a writer, my job is to make comparisons with anything, because anything can relate to anything else. Sometimes they're really good and reach your soul. Sometimes one of those comparisons is a squirrel is like a pack of cigarettes, and that you should never light it on fire and stick it in your mouth. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Okay. But look, engaged in the process of trying to make kinnings, I have found to be incredibly enriching. Then the Latin example, this was while I was here when I was Latin 3 with Dr. McRoberts, and we were reading Ovid's Metamorphoses and their story with Pyramus and Thisbe. And the moment, this is when I first went, oh, language, I've always been told you can say something in a different language, but now I actually see it for myself, is the grammatical construction for talking about the wall that separates the 2 lovers, Pyramus and Thisbe, does not have an ablative, and you use an ablative to suggest that it doesn't have a preposition. There's no ab plus the ablative. So the wall does something, and if you have the preposition, it says it's done by the wall as an inanimate object. If you take out the preposition, it says it's done by the wall as a personal agent. So personification of a wall simply by leaving out the 2-letter preposition ab. It's like, oh, whoa. You can have immense poetry if you just understand how prepositions work. So those are 2 of my favorite examples.
Awesome. Any last question? Okay, thank you very much, John, and we'll have a break and come back for our next paper. Thank you. All right, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get rolling again. So if you don't mind finding your seat, but please grab some snacks, maybe, before you do so. Again, I would like to get rid of them if possible, because otherwise I have to figure out how to get rid of them. So yeah, feel free. And again, hot water and tea, hot water and coffee are available. But I'm excited for our next paper. It's from Coleman, who I met a couple years ago, and he was working in the registrar here at PHC. He's an awesome guy, and it's been a real pleasure getting to know him. He's a seminarian in the Reformed Episcopal Church, a sub-jurisdiction of the Anglican Church in North America. Though a native of Loudoun County, he currently sojourns in Dallas as an intern at the Chapel of the Cross and teaches at the Chapel's Parish School. He completed his undergraduate degree at Messiah University and his MLit in Classical Protestantism with the Davenant Institute. Although Coleman is not a graduate of PHC, he does count himself as an alumnus in spirit and is grateful for 2 years of work in the Office of the Registrar at PHC from 2021 to 2023. So please welcome Coleman.
Thank you, Justin. I'm really glad to be with you all and share some of the fruit of my reflection on Friedrich Nietzsche, which has been a project of mine for the last year in my studies, which were mainly focused in theology, but my final paper, I chose to engage with Nietzsche's, my final thesis for my master's program, I chose to engage with Nietzsche's Christian critique. The title of this talk will be Christianity and the Affirmation of Life, a response to Nietzsche's critique of Christian nihilism. Friedrich Nietzsche was principally a diagnostician and critic of modern nihilism. A variety of intellectual, technological, and cultural forces rendered the rejection of traditional metaphysics the default position for many educated 19th century Europeans. In view of the melancholy which precipitated from this fallout, Nietzsche sought to provide a new purpose for living to the 19th century European. Nietzsche's attempted victory over modern nihilism was the animus of his philosophical project. Nietzsche's writings assume that modernity has undergone a genuine trauma. In the words of Robert Pippin, a collective and in terms of historical time, very sudden, unprepared for realization that a very great deal of the accounts provided for by the ancient parents with their God, their natural hierarchy, their metaphysics, their afterlife, their story of cosmic justice, and so on, were fairy tales, delusions, fantasies. According to Nietzsche, modern nihilism is caused by European civilization's response to this trauma of the demise of traditional metaphysics. The response of Western civilization to this realization, famously in Nietzsche's words that God is dead, has largely been to proceed in denial. Everyone knows this, that Christianity is a lie, Nietzsche writes, and everyone nonetheless remains unchanged. Christianity, on Nietzsche's account, has been a chief force corrupting Western civilization for 18 centuries, and it has left modern man sick and mediocre. Modernity, with all its incumbent ills, is marked by decadence, that is, the will to self-destruction and degeneration, a favorite diagnosis of Nietzsche's later works. The genealogy of modern sickness and decadence is coterminous for Nietzsche with the genealogy of Christianity, the chief cause, in his view, of modern nihilism. This accounts for Nietzsche's vitriolic critique of Christianity. He was convinced that it had been the principal force behind the degeneration of modern life. This paper then seeks to engage with Nietzsche's critique. We will survey Nietzsche's criticism of Christianity by highlighting 4 of its major aspects. First, the metaphysical critique of Christianity as a Platonic retreat from the world of appearance and the lie of the world beyond. Second, the historical critique of Christianity's cunning takeover of the Roman Empire, with all its accompanying degeneration manifested in the history of European civilization. And third, the political critique of Christianity's rejection of greatness in favor of ressentiment-laden teaching of equality. Fourth, and most fundamentally, Christianity's life-negating attitude embodied in its morality. After acknowledging some of the merits of Nietzsche's critique, we conclude this paper with a Christian response. Based on the doctrines of creation and recreation, embodied chiefly in the reality of resurrection, Christianity proves to be, contrary to initial appearances, the highest expression of the affirmation of life. So first, Nietzsche's critique of Christian metaphysics, life deprived of its center of gravity, as Nietzsche calls it. Nietzsche's critique of Socratic and later Christian metaphysics is the animus of the book he wrote immediately prior to the Antichrist, called Twilight of the Idols. There he sounded out a grand declaration of war against eternal idols. Such eternal idols are those ideals that have been sacralized by the major philosophical and religious movements of the past 2 millennia. In the opening sections of Twilight, Nietzsche calls Socrates and Plato symptoms of decay and decadence. He proceeded to praise Heraclitus, that great ancient philosopher of becoming, in the following words: Heraclitus will always be right in this, that being is an empty fiction. The apparent world is the only one. The real world has only been lyingly added. The Western metaphysical tradition has inherited from Socrates and Christianity, which Nietzsche famously called Platonism for the people, a prejudice in favor of reason. This prejudice has led to the contempt for the body and for the senses, a contempt for instinct. This prejudice, according to Nietzsche, is no more than a form of sickness. To have to combat one's instincts, he writes, that is the formula for decadence. As long as life is ascending, happiness and instinct are one. For Nietzsche, the reality of another world is not at all obvious, and he sees in its invention nothing other than a flight from the only thing we actually know, namely this world of flesh and blood, senses, instinct, will. The invention of another world, the ideal world, is, quote, a suggestion of decadence, a symptom of declining life. As we will see below, Nietzsche's critique of Platonic Christian metaphysics overlaps a great deal with his criticism of Christian morality. He sees in the Christian preference for the world beyond the arena of the senses nothing but a retreat from the world as we know it, a grand no to life, as he would put it. This retreat from reality is a symptom of illness, of weakness. Every error, of whatever kind, is a consequence of degeneration of instinct, disintegration of will. Nietzsche continues by saying, one has thereby virtually defined the bad. To move the center of gravity out of this world of becoming and into the world beyond, one robs this life of its very meaning, and that, for Nietzsche, is the essence of nihilism and decadence. So continuing on to Nietzsche's second aspect of his critique, the historical critique. Nietzsche wrote that Christianity was the vampire of the Imperium Romanum. He continues, all in vain, overnight merely a memory, Greeks, Romans, nobility of instinct, of taste, methodical investigation, genius for organizing and government, the faith in, the will to a future for mankind, the great yes to all things, visibly present to all the senses as the Imperium Romanum. Grand style no longer merely art, but become reality, truth, life, ruined by cunning, secret, invisible, anemic vampires, not conquered, only sucked dry. In Nietzsche's view, the triumph of Christianity, indeed its conquest over Western civilization for nearly 2 millennia, owed to the cunning of the shrewd, pitiful, and revengeful Christians. They sucked the life out of the Roman Empire and, quote, robbed us of the culture of the ancient world. Christianity's self-conscious identity as a religion for sufferers has ultimately led to the preservation of everything sick and suffering. This, in turn, has brought about the corruption of the European race. How did Christianity conquer the Western world? By appealing to the sickly, the failures, and the degenerates, those who greatly outnumber the higher types of men. The triumph of Christianity has produced a general decline of the human race, and especially the degeneration of modern European civilization. The fall of the Imperium Romanum, a civilization ordered around nobility of instinct, the recognition of distance between man, and the affirmation of life, was due to Christianity's great revolt against the dominance of noble values. The slave revolt in morality begins, Nietzsche writes in his Genealogy of Morality, when ressentiment itself becomes creative and gives birth to values. According to Nietzsche, ressentiment, the French word, translated in most English translations as resentment, refers to the festering but suppressed desire for revenge. While noble master morality begins with the affirmation of all that is noble and honorable, ressentiment-laden slave morality begins negatively. It begins with a no to all things noble, to the morality of the masters. For Nietzsche, Christianity's victory over the Imperium Romanum was due to the slave revolt in morality, the ennoble redefinition of good and evil. By feeding on the subterranean revenge harbored by the common man against the noble classes, Christianity leveraged its revaluation of moral values to the demise of the Roman Empire. To illustrate how this revenge took place, Nietzsche uses the famous allegory of little lambs and great birds of prey. The great birds of prey are accustomed to snatching up the little lambs and eating them at will. The lambs, understandably, find this practice horrific. Yet being impotent to act on their disdain, the lambs' hatred for the birds of prey festers. Out of their festering desire for revenge, the little lambs concoct a new morality. They say to themselves, quote, "Let us be different from the evil ones, namely good. And good is what everyone is who does not do violence, who injures no one, who doesn't attack, doesn't retaliate, who leaves vengeance to God, who keeps himself concealed, as we do, who avoids all evil, and in general demands very little of life, like us, the patient, humble, righteous." What has happened in the Lamb's revaluation of moral values is that, quote, "weakness has been lied into a merit." What was formerly defined as good by the nobility has been deemed evil by the slave revolt. What was once considered bad by master morality has become good, has become the good virtue of the weak and sickly. These oppositions of value, master and slave, have fought a terrible millennia-long battle on earth, Nietzsche writes, and the second value, that is slave morality, has had the upper hand for a long time. Ultimately, the slave revolt to morality undermined the ancient world's deference to nobility, and thus plays a significant role in the next of our aspects of Nietzsche's critique, which we'll survey, namely Christian politics. The live equality of souls, Nietzsche's contempt for Christian politics. According to Nietzsche, the democratic enlightenment of the 18th and 19th centuries was the outworking of Christian anthropology. The democratic movement inherits the Christian, he writes. The equality of souls and the dignity of the individual have produced opposition to all that is lofty and noble in human society, and this has rendered European man utterly monolithic and uninteresting. Like Christianity, one Nietzsche scholar writes, the democratic enlightenment seeks to level everyone down to the same low mean. In the penultimate section of Beyond Good and Evil, titled What is Noble?, Nietzsche refers to a necessary pathos of distance between higher and lower types of men. There has been no elevation of the human species without the work of an aristocratic-like regime, Nietzsche insists. There must be distance. There must be recognition of higher and lower merit. Indeed, opportunity for higher men to vent their strength of will and lust for power. The democratic impulse has waged a war on such distance between higher and lower types, and thus it has produced the degeneration of modern culture. Earlier in Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche wrote of the degenerative effect of a rejection of aristocratic values in favor of radical democratization. He believes, of course, that this degeneration is fundamentally the result of Christian teaching. Christian men, he writes, with their equal before God, have hitherto ruled over the destiny of Europe, until at last a shrunken, almost ludicrous species, a herd animal, something full of goodwill, sickly and mediocre has been bred, the European of today. It is finally to this nihilistic sickliness and mediocrity, Nietzsche's fateful diagnosis of Christian morality, to which we now turn. The final aspect of Nietzsche's criticism of Christianity examined here involves what might be called Christian psychophysiology, or Nietzsche's diagnosis of the illness of Christian moral teaching. This is where we find the most stinging and pervasive critique of Christianity in Nietzsche's corpus. In a sense, all Nietzschean critiques of Christianity flow out of this one. Christian morality, according to Nietzsche, embodies the largest of all negations of life. The question Nietzsche asks of accepted moral values is this: what value do they themselves have? Have they inhibited or furthered human flourishing up until now? Are they signs of distress, of impoverishment, of the degeneration of life? Or conversely, do they betray the fullness, the power, the will of life, its courage, its confidence, its future? Of course, in the case of Judeo-Christian morality, Nietzsche finds nothing but the signs of decay and degeneration. Nietzsche's diagnosis of Christian morality as degenerate is the key to understanding the three previous elements of his Christian critique noted above. What is the explanation for Christian metaphysics, its historical conquest of the Roman Empire, and its democratizing tendency. Would a religion that prefers the life of another world, contempt of the body and senses, and disdain for lofty aristocratic ideals appeal to healthy, flourishing men? Christianity has as its basis the rancor of the sick, the instinct directed against the healthy, against health, Nietzsche writes. One must be sufficiently sick to become a Christian. Those are Nietzsche's words. The explanation for the decadence of Christian metaphysics, history, and politics, according to Nietzsche, lies in Christianity's sickliness and degeneration, its nihilism. The degeneration of Christianity resides chiefly in its morality, or psychology, or physiology, phenomena that blend together in Nietzsche's thought. As we noted above in Nietzsche's illustration of the little lambs and the birds of prey, ressentiment is the soil from which Christian morality grew. Preference for the poor, the outcast, the sick. Where else could these ideals come from, if not from illness itself? Nietzsche's contempt of Christianity is directly related to his sense that Christianity harbors and cultivates a disdain for life. Here we find the meaning of Nietzsche's repeated refrain concerning, in his words, the two great European narcotics, namely alcohol and Christianity. According to Nietzsche, Christianity, like alcohol, is fundamentally an escape from life, a numbing retreat mechanism. They're both forms of the no to life characteristic of decadence. Christianity is a coping mechanism, a psychological and physiological narcotic to deal with one's weakness and declining life. The problem with the Christian narcotic, as with alcohol, is that it leaves its user sicker than before. Nietzsche believes that this has been the source of gravely detrimental effects on European civilization. Many of Nietzsche's contemporaries still raved about Christianity's humanitarian blessings. Nietzsche, on the other hand, saw nothing besides degeneration and decay. For him, Christianity has been, quote, the most subterranean conspiracy there has ever been, a conspiracy against health, beauty, well-constitutedness, bravery, intellect, benevolence of will, against life itself. Its denial of life, captured in Christ's summons to take up your cross and follow me, is Christianity's chief sin, the principal cause of Nietzsche's condemnation of Christianity as, quote, the one immortal blemish of mankind. Thus, Nietzsche's critique. We turn now to consider the beginning of a Christian response. Classic Christian apologetics say, in the form of an appeal to Thomas Aquinas' proofs, are liable to be unpersuasive in themselves, I think, as a response to Nietzsche's Christian critique. This is because Nietzsche is a skeptic, and he's mainly concerned with the value for life of a given perspective, not its plausibility by the standards of Socratic rationality. And thus, Nietzsche writes, what is now decisive against Christianity is our taste, no longer our reasons. It's not an argument he's making, that's simply a statement. Our taste is what's now decisive against Christianity. Taking this Nietzschean observation seriously, what follows is an attempt to respond to Nietzsche's criticisms primarily by offering a different diagnosis of Christian metaphysics, history, politics, and morality. Instead of symptoms of decay, we wish to show that they are, at their best, evidence of a grand affirmation of life. For constraints of time, we'll only briefly sketch a response to Nietzsche's critique under the loci of metaphysics, history, and politics. These aspects of Nietzsche's critique are all related in a more fundamental way to his existential critique of Christianity, his disdain for Christian morality. Thus, it is this aspect of his critique which will receive the most attention here, after a few brief words in response to those three prior aspects surveyed above. The Christian claim is fundamentally a historical one. It presents its message as a historical fact. It announces that a man has joined the ranks of men. The Son of God has become incarnate. Thus, the Christian claim takes the shape of an announcement of a particular man's advent among the human race, his preaching and healing, his death, burial, and resurrection. The Christian system, including its metaphysics, history, politics, and morality, flows out of its historical claim. In particular, it is founded on the reality of resurrection, a point that Nietzsche himself grasped rather deeply. Christian metaphysics, history, and politics do not represent a flight from this world into the beyond. But indeed, Christianity affirms the world beyond, at least in part, because of its commitment to this life, to the concreteness of the historical fact of Christ's appearing. The resurrection of Jesus introduces a new factor into the calculus of history and politics. The hope of the resurrection both relativized Christian obligations to Caesar and invigorated Christian commitment to their neighbors. Further, the historical nature of the Christian claim has significant implications on the democratic character of gospel proclamation. Christianity spread through ordinary encounters with Christians who proclaimed the gospel. In encountering the church's witness to Christ, people were confronted with the simple question of faith. These encounters did not particularly favor the intelligent man, the cultured, the fortunate, and the powerful, but instead the poor, the ordinary man. This goes a long way, I think, in responding to Nietzsche's disdain for passages in the New Testament that seem to evince resentment against the powerful and the strong. Christianity's radically democratic character is related to the nature of its central claim, the historical life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Thus, enlightenment or salvation is not the esoteric achievement of the wise few, as the many varieties of Gnosticism claimed, but instead it's the simple affirmation and acceptance of the church's proclamation of the gospel. Is not this the meaning, then, of Paul's claim that it pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save those who believe? To this point, we've only tried to demonstrate that Christian metaphysics, history, and politics are intricately bound up with the central claim of the Christian faith, that is, the resurrection of Christ. We have not yet discussed whether those doctrines are symptoms of decay or vitality, the criteria which really matter to moderns, according to Nietzsche. And thus far, we have simply tried to show that they are undoubtedly the result, symptoms, if you will, of the Christian teaching regarding resurrection. We turn at last to the underlying attitude of the Christian claim and argue that it is indeed the grandest of all affirmations of life. Recall that Nietzsche likens Christianity to alcohol and calls the two together the great European narcotics. Though he does not explicitly unpack this connection between alcohol and Christianity, considering his larger corpus, its meaning is clear enough. Nietzsche sees in European and especially German alcohol use the same retreat from reality characteristic of Christianity. Our response to his critique of Christian morality takes this connection as our launching point. In Nietzsche's critique of alcohol and its connection to his Christian critique, we concede that alcohol can indeed become the occasion of life denial, a coping mechanism for degenerate and declining life. However, it's important to note that life denial is not the only, nor is it the principal use for alcohol. The drunkard sees alcohol as a mere means to an end, the end of numbing the pain of existence. On the other hand, the true appreciator of wine concerns himself not with getting drunk, but with drinking in all the natural delectabilities of wine and all its accompanying graces. Though wine can surely be used as a retreat from reality, it can just as much be used as a means of affirmation, heightening our appreciation of reality. Alcohol need not be an escape, but can instead be an enhancement of our enjoyment of the world. As with alcohol, so with Christianity. Central to the life of the Christian community is ritual praise of God. Joseph Pieper has written that affirmation is the fundamental form of Christian liturgy. He goes on to write that Christian liturgy is, in fact, an unbounded yea and amen saying. At the heart of Christian worship is a ritual meal involving the grandest of all affirmations of life. The great Orthodox theologian Alexander Schmemann has called the Eucharist the very sacrament of joy. Christians, with their ritual meal and communal praise of God, are characterized then by festivity, the joyful affirmation of the world as created and redeemed by God in Jesus Christ. Yet if world affirmation is at the heart of the Christian faith, what are we to make of the strong ascetic streak in Christianity? What are we to do with popular Christian hymns like I'll Fly Away, which sound shockingly like the hidden craving for suicide that Nietzsche claims Christianity used as a lever of its power? In response, we observe that there is a paradoxical character to the Christian's world affirmation, and that this paradox lies at the very heart of the Christian claim. In the first place, Christians teach the doctrine of creation as the good gift of God. This doctrine holds that the world is utterly unnecessary and continually sustained in being by God's will, meaning that the world is constantly affirmed in its existence by God. Why does anything exist and continue to do so, according to the Christian? Simply because it is God's very pleasant pleasure to have it so. Because of the sheer gratuity of creation, Christianity teaches that even after the fall of Adam and Eve, insofar as things exist, they continue to bear God's affirmative I, and God saw that it was good, continues to be true. This affirmative attitude towards creation is present even in Christian ascetic practice. As C.S. Lewis writes, we find, quote, in all true Christian asceticism, that respect for the thing which, I think, we never find in pagan asceticism. Marriage is good, though not for me. Wine is good, though I must not drink it. Feasts are good, though today we fast. As in creation, according to the Christian teaching, so with redemption. In creation, whose ongoing existence continues solely because of God's good pleasure, we find a profound affirmation of life. Likewise, of course, in redemption. Christ says, I am the living bread which came down from heaven. If any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever. And the bread that I will give is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. The aim of God's redemption in Christ is the reaffirmation of the world as good. Indeed, we might say that redemption is the elevation of the world to the status of very, very good, beyond the status of the world at creation. We have noted that the Christian claim hangs on the reality of resurrection. Our diagnosis of Christian metaphysics, history, politics, and morality depends on whether we see the Christian disposition as life-affirming or, as Nietzsche would have it, as life-denying. At the very heart of the Christian commemoration of resurrection is, as we've already noted, a great festival, a grand affirmation of life. Consider Pieper again. The reason and occasion for this festival, that is, of Easter, is that in Christ's resurrection something began by which man's life ever since, and today and for all the future, received that incomprehensible exaltation to the language theology calls grace and new life. And therefore in the Christian celebration of Easter, quite particularly, do we find an affirmation of the whole of existence. This is the essence of the Christian faith. The world as created is good. Man in rebellion against God has tended to either utterly despise creation and reject it as God's good gift, or otherwise, and perhaps more commonly, to worship it as though it were God. Christianity charts a course between these twin ditches, affirming creation as good, and yet as a penultimate good. Creation can only be enjoyed properly with reference to its Creator. In the words of Lewis, it is Christianity alone that leaves you free both to enjoy your breakfast and to mortify your inordinate appetites. Thus, what may seem like life denial in Christian asceticism and morality is really nothing other than self-discipline aimed at attaining the proper order of things, God valued above all else, and subsequently all created things affirmed and enjoyed in God. In conclusion, we know that we've surveyed now the central aspect of Nietzsche's Christian critique and discovered that he finds these elements of Christian teaching, metaphysics, history, politics, and morality, to be symptoms of declining life. He famously wrote in his vitriolic critique of Christianity, The Antichrist, nihilist and Christian, they rhyme, which apparently in German they do, and do not merely rhyme. They don't, of course, yet in my English translation. Any honest engagement with Nietzsche's philosophy must take this criticism, I think, quite seriously. In Nietzsche, we find a thinker radically committed to affirmation of life, where all around him he found in 19th century in Europe rampant disparagement of life. Of course, as we have seen, Nietzsche placed the blame for this nihilism at the feet of Christianity. We have attempted to show, however, at least at the beginning of a response, that Christianity is, in its essence, a grand affirmation of life, since the Christian claim is founded on the reality of resurrection. Christianity, with its promise of eternal life and victory over death, can easily be, and has often been, instrumentalized into a coping mechanism to deal with despair of life. And we have not attempted in this paper to offer a definitive proof in response to Nietzsche's criticism of Christianity and nihilism. Instead, we have merely sought to show that Christianity need not stem from a denial of life. Instead, in both creation and redemption, chiefly in the reality of resurrection, Christianity teaches that God affirms the life of the world and wills for us to join him in his affirmation. Nietzsche called, as we've noted, Christianity and alcohol the two great European narcotics, instruments of the denial of life. We have argued that Christianity makes use of alcohol, and indeed of all creation, to raise a chalice after the pattern of our Lord himself and make a grand toast to life, even life everlasting.
Excellent. Thank you, Coleman. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. When I consider Nietzsche, I often think back to the Gorgias, where Socrates and a number of interlocutors discuss why should anyone be good? And Socrates runs through a number of psychological arguments to prove the integrity and the credibility of justice, but ultimately he has recourse to a myth that there will be judgment after death. And my question is, at what point in an apologetic does or should a Christian properly refer to heaven? Because we can make arguments psychologically about the excellence of self-sacrifice, and we can appeal to resurrection in this life through appeals to nature, like when Jesus says, unless a seed die, there will be no life. But it seems possibly that maybe this falls short at some points, and at some points, maybe we do need to speak very seriously of the afterlife and a judgment after death, because of course Jesus spoke more about hell than he did about heaven. And so my question is, at what point is it proper or even necessary for a Christian to mention judgment after death and an afterlife in apologetics?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Christian, for that question. I think the first thing that comes to my mind, I think, is just I've experienced reading Nietzsche as the occasion for sort of deepening. I mean, what it's proved to me, the fact that Nietzsche's critiques can sting, certainly for me when I first engaged with him, but I think would sting to a lot of people in the church. I think that's just simply evidence that we've lost touch with our own tradition. You know, in particular, I think of the natural law tradition. The motive for acting in accordance with the good is intrinsic with the good actions. You know, I mean, it's not super added. I was reading through Proverbs with a student once, and we talked about how Proverbs, the vision of the cosmos in Proverbs, is that there's an order, and actions sort of have inherent. The punishment follows sort of naturally from the act. In other words, sin is to be avoided not because God's going to sort of super add on top of sinful actions some sort of punishment. That punishment itself is the fruit of their ways is what sinners reap. And so I guess I would want to recover, in the first place I would want to recover a vision for basically the natural law tradition, understanding that God's law is baked not just that God's law is baked into our essences, as human persons. But I think that is liable to be unpersuasive to a lot of people who reject a kind of metaphysical realism. And I think at that point, it comes down to basically proving that it is in fact the case that Christianity offers a vision of reality that's, in other words, following Christ is actually the path of joy.
So, just as a follow-up, what you're saying is arguments from the natural law are sufficient in themselves, and mentioning the judgment or the prospect of eternal bliss, that is only the benefit of believers, and it's not necessary to, reference in dialogue with unbelievers. Natural law is sufficient on its own.
I don't think so. I think the judgment has a significant place in such conversations, the final judgment. But I would just want to emphasize that there's a continuity between the final judgment and the sort of the reward of those actions in this life. And I think if you jump too quickly to the final judgment thing, then I think you're conceding too much to a materialist or something like that.
I think that my question might transition well from that. So this was great. I really enjoyed the paper, and I just finished teaching the genealogy of morals this past week, and at the end of the first essay, Nietzsche has this note that's appended that's like turning to a sort of scientific example of like this revaluation of values. He says we could talk to the biologists, and they might say, well, this is good for the propagation of the species, but what's good for all the members of the species is not what's best for the few, the kind of knightly aristocratic mode. And so my question when I'm reading Nietzsche, and I guess to you, is always like, how far is he right? And I just think that's good, actually, right? So this is sort of how I think of, okay, this history of the development of morality, the origin of the slave morality in Judaism, and then finding its fulfillment in Christianity. Yes, I'm nodding along and thinking it's a good thing that this one that we hold to this moral system that that values the poor and the oppressed and all this. And so I get to that point and I think, how far is Nietzsche correct about these things you're calling, they're both psychological and physical? How true is it that we've diminished the quality of humanity as we've spread this moral system? Or is this an example of you'd want to grab onto some natural arguments that actually we've improved as a species as we've embraced this? I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think when I first read Nietzsche, my encounter with Nietzsche was actually very sort of personal. I had a friend who was experiencing pretty profound doubt, and his doubt was more at the sort of existential level. Like he just felt like, I don't know, Christianity was sort of holding him back. And I think that a lot of voices in this sort of manosphere are making young men feel that way, and Nietzsche is very potent, I think, to them. So I think in the first place I would want to say, when I was initially reading Nietzsche, I wanted to try to highlight all the areas of continuity I could between Nietzsche and the Christian claim. And I think there's genuine fruit to be reaped there. I honestly think that, Aquinas is an example of this in his reception of the tradition of Christian thinking about the virtue of magnanimity and humility. Aquinas has an extremely, how should I say that? His account of humility it's not nearly as radical as some of the early church fathers would want to say. Certainly the sort of desert monastic tradition is going to have a really radical account of humility in its relation to the self, the Christian's relation to the self, that I think Aquinas doesn't go quite as far. And so I'm actually unsure. As I've sort of let these thoughts sit in the past year, I've begun to think perhaps we can try too much to highlight the continuity between Nietzsche's vision of greatness and the Christian one. I think there's a lot of potentially fruitful things to think about there. One book from a scholar at Duke Divinity School that I have perused, it looks at Ambrose and Augustine's reception of the tradition of magnanimity, which may be fruitful in this regard. It's called, I'll look it up and I can get it to you. But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Coleman. I just want to ask you this question as someone who's probably read more of Nietzsche than I have. We know that Nietzsche wants to affirm at least some select parts of human nature and not others. And then on the other hand, we know that Joseph Pieper wants to affirm a lot of human nature, probably more of it, if you were to kind of take a percentage. But then Joseph Pieper wants to affirm creation as well. I wonder what your observations are about Nietzsche's relationship to other people and also creation, I suppose, or the natural world. Does he want to affirm it as well in his own way?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Reed. He has, I don't know if tell me if this doesn't get to your question quite squarely. Nietzsche is often read as an immoralist. So he's thought of as a kind of rejection of all sort of, he does reject sort of metaphysical realism or something like that. There's meaning sort of baked into reality as such. But I think it's wrong to think of Nietzsche just purely as an immoralist. He actually has this really fascinating quote in Daybreak or Dawn, which is it's the sort of beginning of his critique of the beginning of his explicit critique of the Western moral tradition. And there he says basically, it's not that I think that folks should make more of this quote of Nietzsche's than they often do. He says, it's not that I don't think that men should do certain actions that have hitherto been considered moral, and it's not that I don't think that men should reject some actions that have hitherto been considered immoral. It's just that our reasons are different. He completely rejects the given reasons, motives for action that the Western tradition has offered people. And for Nietzsche, the sort of the point of departure is this affirmation of life, which is admittedly a rather vague concept, I think, but nonetheless one that he sort of expects you to feel at the gut level. There's a kind of will to power, will to expansiveness, and the pursuit of greatness that he thinks that's what's getting at that quote from the Genealogy of Morals that I read, which he said, the question we ask of all inherited moral values is what value do they themselves have? Have they promoted, life, or have they rejected it? So I think that Nietzsche does have, in that sense, I think you could read him as a kind of natural law thinker, because he takes for granted that there's something about the human person that there's something about the human person's sort of inner dynamism that needs to be affirmed, and namely it's that will to life, will to power.
John, you wanted to ask a question, and then Dr. Barry, you did as well, right? Yep.
Thanks so much, Coleman. This was great. You mentioned that Nietzsche is not as concerned with like the intellectual proofs that Aquinas might offer, but more concerned with taste. Could you give us ways of thinking about how both within the church and our expression to those outside the church, we could have maybe daily liturgies of affirmation, or if people correct, all liturgies are those of affirmation, but how can we actually communicate not just an intellectual idea to those within and without the church, but how can we cultivate a good taste for the affirmation of life?
Thank you so much for that question, because it allows me to qualify that statement in my paper, which I wouldn't say it quite the same way now. I'm engaging with David Bentley Hart's book, The Experience of God, and he talks about how, so I think I would qualify. I do actually think there's room for the more metaphysical argument. The Aquinas' proofs I actually think are extremely important, or something like that. But that qualification notwithstanding. So there's this excellent essay that I read yesterday by Joseph Ratzinger, would-be Pope Benedict XVI, where he addressed, it's actually, I think, maybe the best response to Nietzsche I've ever read. It's called Faith as Trust and Joy. It's published in this little book titled Gratitude, which is a collection of short essays, one of which is Dietrich von Hildebrand's, published by the Hildebrand Project. But this essay, Faith as Trust and Joy, so herein Ratzinger says two things. One, so what can the church do, basically in light of this Nietzschean critique? And he says, one, reinvest our energy in thinking about which Pieper intimates as well, the holy day, which is distinct from the holiday. The holy day is as this really radical affirmation of life. In fact, and then the second one is actually recognizing that the faith offers people a genuine, the Christian faith offers people genuine community. So the fact that we can, and those two are related, I think that Christians can actually be a festive people means that we have sort of people to share an affirmation with. I guess a personal anecdote is I live in Dallas. I moved there last summer. And I live in a young professionals neighborhood, most of whom I don't think go to church. And I was thinking about, as our church right in the heart of uptown Dallas was having our Easter festivities, I was genuinely thinking, I really think that the fact that we're sort of having a feast here, a genuine feast, people are like after the service wheeling in their coolers and their grills and firing them up. And we stayed there till 2 a.m., Easter morning after our Easter vigil. That itself, I think, is maybe the most compelling witness. That the fact that there are people here who are doing something, who have something to celebrate. I think that's a real compelling witness.
Thank you. Oh, yes, thank you for your paper. That was very insightful. This is just a bibliographical note. I don't know whether you've read this book, but one of the first Christian, he was an Anglican, theologians to respond to Nietzsche was John Neville Figgis. Do you know? And he wrote this book entitled The Gospel of Nietzsche. And in order to argue against it, right, he saw the problems. This was before the First World War. But one of the reasons he wrote this book was he was seeing a lot of Christians in England reading Nietzsche, and that affirmation of life they thought was a Christian teaching. So this says something, right, about what Nietzsche's appeal was to in that particular day. And so thinking about Nietzsche in his own day, when he says, Christians deny life, maybe he's describing the Christians of his day or a certain thing that's going on at that day because they think he's Christian. Anyway, but the point simply is it's worth reading because one of the things he does is he was one of the first Englishmen to read Nietzsche because he read German. So he just goes through Nietzsche's different arguments and argues about why they're not Christian. So it's worth taking a look at.
Yeah, thank you. That makes me think of that really moving passage at the beginning of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where Zarathustra says, remain faithful to the earth. Don't let anyone deceive you with otherworldly hopes. It's just like, it's the first half of that I genuinely think Christians need to say, like, there's something deeply Christian about that, actually. It's just that the other half, I don't know, what is it sort of theologically that sort of rents the two apart? That this otherworldly hope is like a radical rejection of this earth. We've of course seen that in there's something that the conservative folks like Wendell Berry and such are very attentive to the way in which there's a kind of a spiritualizing of infidelity to the earth that I think is deeply unchristian, but nonetheless can take up Christian language for its cause.
Dr. Mitchell?
Could that have something to do with the nomenclature of natural, supernatural, rather than heaven and earth? And that, when you think in terms of heaven and earth, and right from the beginning of the Bible, supernatural, natural is not a biblical metaphor or language, but heaven and earth is unified in the first Adam, breath and dirt. Ratified by the incarnation. It seems like the recovery of this kind of holistic account of the created order is necessary. Otherwise, Nietzsche's critique sticks. Mm-hmm. That if we are kind of versions of Gnostics that are sort of planning exit, that the earth is something to be rejected, he's right. And so a different concept, a different cosmological vision is necessary that is profoundly biblical. I think we need to recover that. We've lost something there. And otherwise, Nietzsche looks pretty strong in terms of his position. Yeah, I found N.T. Wright's work surprisingly helpful as a response to Nietzsche. And in fact, he must have been sort of self-consciously responding to him at points. But N.T. Wright's really critical of the kind of, and I think certainly overstating this for sure, but of the sort of Platonizing tendencies of early Christianity as a move away from this more integrated vision of heaven and earth from the Hebrew tradition. So.
All right, last question from John, and then we'll go there next.
Yeah. On the same vein of heaven and earth, what do you think about at least Christians within my circle frequently talk about the hope of the next world is going to heaven, not about the redemption of the world? Or they say, the end of all things is we go to heaven, not the resurrection of the dead. What do you make of that?
This is where N.T. Wright, again, I think is really helpful because he's very critical of that. Though there are significant Christian figures whose Platonism, I think, is a little bit uncomfortable with the thought of a bodily, sort of an eternal bodily resurrected state. Lewis is one of them. So Lewis is someone we'd have to reckon with, I think, in his notion of resurrection. I'm thinking of a passage in Letters to Malcolm, which would be a good place to think about his. Though, yes, I think N.T. Wright's spot on with that. Whether or not there's kind of this, the New Testament certainly speaks in terms of a very sort of concrete and physical hope. And so whether you need to spiritualize that in order to sort of shape up your metaphysics or whatever, that's sort of a different question. I think at the level of the pew, that's a real issue. That's why I criticize the hymn "I'll Fly Away." Even if it can be sung well, which I think it can, it nonetheless, like at the gut level, seems to have this really bad attitude. So,
well, thank you very much, Coleman. We'll take another break and then be back for the next paper at the top of the hour. Thanks. Yeah, you could just stand off here and I'll introduce you and then we'll get going. All right, everybody. If you don't mind, we're going to get started with the penultimate paper. They're deep in conversation. But please, 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 grab your refreshments and find your seats. Please. So our next presenter, I also didn't really know super well. I'd heard of, but had not met really and spent a lot of time with until this conference. So it's super exciting. In addition, of the papers, this is the only one that had me tearing up at the end. So be prepared to really enjoy, I think, this awesome paper on this awesome novel. Our presenter is Rachel Cochran, and she is originally from Murrieta, California, and graduated from PHC with a degree in journalism and a minor in literature in 2022. She worked as a writer for World Magazine and a producer for their spin-off podcast, Double Take. She currently teaches humanities at a classical school in Alexandria, Virginia, and hopes to continue her education in English. Please welcome Rachel.
The myth of Cupid and Psyche has endured in art and literature since 4th century BC. One of the most extensive and well-known narratives of this myth comes from Roman philosopher and rhetorician Apuleius in his collection Metamorphoses, which is also called the Golden Ass. In addition to Apuleius, C.S. Lewis undertakes his own retelling of this myth in his novel, Till We Have Faces. While Apuleius' story is the only narrative of this myth that survives antiquity, Lewis claims that Apuleius was not an influence nor a model in his rendition of Cupid and Psyche. Lewis asserts that his retelling is different in both tone and purpose, describing Apuleius' narrative as a picturesque novel, horror comic, mystagogue's tract, pornographic, and stylistic experiment. Apuleius' narrative highlights the romance between two forbidden lovers and their eventual union. While Lewis's story is similarly centered on love, it is ultimately about love of God and the importance of correctly ordered loves. The differences between Lewis and Apuleius' mythological narratives highlight Lewis's deeply theological emphasis in his novel. Throughout the development of his story, Lewis and faith. In this way, Lewis's novel gathers the various iterations of the synthesis of them, whereas Apuleius' version maintains a singular and distinctive narrative. Thus, for Lewis's theological progression to resonate more clearly, it's necessary to understand the key distinctions between the two mythological narratives and what they imply about the nature of myth itself. Apuleius' tale begins with Venus, a goddess jealous of Psyche's beauty. She orders her son, Cupid, to make Psyche fall in love with something hideous to enact her revenge. Instead, Cupid falls in love with Psyche himself. He takes her to be his bride, unbeknownst to his mother. But so long as she is human and Cupid is a god, she cannot look at him. Psyche's love for Cupid is shrouded in mystery, a love built on faith in the unseen. Later, when Psyche's sisters visit her beautiful and resplendent palace in the clouds, they are jealous of her and convince her to betray her husband's trust. However, when Psyche gazes upon Cupid while he's sleeping, she is so enamored and awestruck by his beauty that she accidentally burns him with her candle's wax. Angered by the betrayal, he casts her away and returns to Olympus. Venus keeps Psyche and Cupid apart and forces Psyche to endure a series of laborious tasks and even sacrifice her life to atone for her sin. In the end, Cupid rescues her from the underworld and Zeus makes Psyche a goddess, so the two lovers can be reunited once more. Apuleius contrasts the innocence and virtue of Psyche with the jealous and vindictive nature of her sisters. Psyche has a childlike faith and devotion to her husband that is perverted by the envious and possessive voice of her sisters. She is tempted to betray Cupid, not because she feels he has wronged her, but because her reason develops into skepticism. Suddenly, she calls into question her belief in the gods. How could Cupid be real if she had never seen him with her own eyes? What evidence did she have of his existence? Her doubt causes her to abandon her faith, which results in losing her connection to the divine. To restore that connection, she must endure a series of trials, which ultimately demand that she offer up her own life. It is important to ask whether Psyche's punishment in this story is proportionate to her crime. Is rationality really the enemy of faith? Apuleius' narrative seems to imply that it is. This myth presents the question, how can humanity, in its finitude and imperfection, have a relationship with the divine? Apuleius' narrative implies that the answer to that question is in having a faith uncorrupted by rationality. In this story, genuine faith is when Psyche devotes herself to a divinity entirely shrouded in mystery and inherently unnatural to human understanding and reason. The divinity of Cupid and Venus in this myth belongs to a transcendent nature that is beyond the grasp of reason. While the pagan gods impose themselves on humanity, the moment they are brought into the light of reason, they vanish. This notion of the divine must be contrasted with the Christian one, which, as described in the first Gospel of John, necessarily intertwines both reason and faith. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh and lived among us. The word, or logos in Greek, is chosen to describe the second person of the Trinity as reason. Since the role of this myth is to consider the relationship between humanity and divinity, this contrast between faith in the Greek gods and faith in the Christian God further implies a disagreement between the two authors and what the nature and purpose of myth ought to be. There is myth as an enduring story that is told and retold because it is captivating and entertaining. As an enduring truth that is told and retold because it is one way through which humanity can understand the nature of God. Apuleius' narrative exhibits the idea of myth as a story designed for entertainment, while Lewis asserts that myth is not simply a story, but pure meaning. According to Lewis, myths exist in their own distinct process of translating them into stories. For this reason, he calls myth extra-literary. Lewis champions the idea that myths are outside of literature, making it imperative that their original form be preserved as much as possible. It is curious then that Lewis chooses to change the main character in his retelling from Psyche to her jealous sister that he names Oral. Such a change seems substantially different from Apuleius' rendering of the myth. But Lewis views his alterations not as alterations at all, but telling the myth as it really is, based upon his distinct impressions from Apuleius' story. He remarks that the changes he made to Apuleius' narrative forced itself upon him almost at his first reading of the story, as a way the thing must have been. A point of similarity between Lewis and Apuleius' conception of myth is their fluid use of mythological imagery as a narrative tool. Lewis believes mythological imagery can be involved in any order when placed in a story and will still maintain the myth's integrity. Myth for Lewis is distinct from plot. Till We Have Faces is a product of this idea. It is a narrative crafted by various mythological images, creating its own version of myth. Lewis's idea of myth as extra-literary and iterations of the Cupid and Psyche myth until We Have Faces each have distinctive and original intentions. But the question remains, why would Lewis include 3 different mythological narratives if he sought to render the myth in its fullest form? An answer to this question is presented when looking to the theological quality Lewis blends with mythological imagery. When analyzing this element, Lewis's 3 iterations of the Cupid and Psyche myth follow a distinctive progression, from agnosticism to polytheism to monotheism. I will examine each retelling and its theological progression in turn. Part 1, Oral's case against the gods. Lewis's first retelling of the Cupid and Psyche myth is Oral's complaint against the gods. In the beginning of the novel, Oral lays out her case against them and recounts how she has been wronged by them. Her hatred is especially directed towards the god who lives on the Gray Mountain, and that she will describe his offenses in detail as if she were making her complaint of him before a judge. She feels wronged by the god of the mountain for taking her beloved sister Psyche from her, or as she describes it, taking her soul. Lewis's characterization of Oral is such that her actions and motives seem, at first, perfectly rational and justifiable. In Apuleius' narrative, Psyche's sister is jealous of her marriage and convinces her to deceive Cupid out of a desire to get even with Psyche. However, in Lewis's version, the reader is made to feel sympathetic for Oral because her sister was cruelly stolen from her by the gods. In his first recounting of the myth, Lewis draws attention to Oral's most notable characteristic, her physical deformity. Her father, the king of Glome, requires her to veil her face in the presence of others. This is when Oral remarks, "That was the first time I clearly understood that I am ugly." In this phase of her journey, Oral's identity is like the god of the mountain that she so bitterly despises, obscured and hidden. In Apuleius' narrative, Psyche and Cupid fall in love with each other and hide away in his palace in the clouds. Venus, when she discovers that has not cursed the gods, describes Psyche being sacrificed to appease the wrath of Ungit, who is a representation of Aphrodite, or Venus in Roman mythology. The land of Glome is experiencing famine and civil unrest, so the king offers up Psyche to the god of the mountain to appease Ungit's wrath and save his land. When Psyche goes to live with the gods, have stolen her. Oral goes to Psyche on the mountain, expecting to find her corpse, but instead, she finds her alive and well. Psyche explains that during the ceremony, she was flown above the cliffs of the mountain and brought to the god of the mountain's palace to be the bride of God. Oral searches the mountains after Psyche's taken away and join her sister. Oral must cross a treacherous river. She drowns, but once on the other side, Psyche invites her to a banquet and wine. Here, Lewis uses the imagery of water, food, and wine to test Oral and her will to reunite with Psyche. This distinctive religious imagery mirrors the Christian sacraments of baptism and communion. However, Lewis is in the mountain and Ungit as divine arbiters. Interestingly, Oral is surrounded by the gods when she is on the mountain with Psyche, yet she refuses to believe anything beyond the phenomena of her own experience. Instead of granting access to the kingdom of the gods by participating in these sacraments, Oral refuses to see or believe in any of it. "There's nothing there," Oral exclaims. "You're pretending, you're trying to make yourself believe it." Oral is blinded to Psyche's reality. She sees neither place nor banquet and believes her sister to be delusional. Here, Oral is holding an agnostic position, asserting that her reason and experience disprove any involvement of the supernatural in her life. Even though the is giving the gods, that she loses her ability to love Psyche, saying that she would rather kill the mountain. While it may seem that Oral's hatred means she believes in the gods to a limited extent, it is really that very hatred that leads her to feel a passive indifference for them. Her view of the gods can be compared to being angry about a past hurt, to the extent that one attempts to stamp out any memory of that hurt and refuses to recognize their existence. In this story, Oral is imposing her will over the gods, insisting on her victimhood and their indifference to her needs. She believes them to be subject to her rules of rationality and that she will be able to force them into surrendering what she is owed, as if they too were subject to human laws. Eventually, this first mythological narrative ends with Oral manipulating Psyche out of jealousy, both of Psyche and of the gods. She threatens to kill herself if Psyche will break her vow to her husband, the god of the mountain. Like in Apuleius' myth, Psyche is persuaded to deceive her husband. However, in Lewis's telling, Psyche remains innocent and Oral bears the weight of guilt for the crime committed. Part 2, the priest's account. After Psyche disappears, Oral becomes the queen of Glome and is ruthless like her father before her. She keeps her face covered at all times with a veil, so that she, like the gods, is obscured and mysterious. Later, she visits a temple and is surprised to find the goddess Istra, the Greek name for Psyche, being worshipped alongside Ungit. She asks the priest how Istra became a goddess, and in response he gives the second retelling of the Cupid and Psyche myth in this novel. Out of the 3 stories, the priest's account most closely mirrors Apuleius' version of the myth. It emphasizes, to Oral's disgust, that Psyche was visited by both of her sisters, who could see and enter her majestic palace. As the priest explains, the sisters are jealous of Psyche and convince her to break her promise to her husband, who is the god of love. Oral is furious about this, saying, "It seemed as if the gods had minds just like the lowest of the people." Oral hears this story and calls it a cruel lie. She adds yet another grievance to her account against the gods. Oral's inability to see Psyche's palace has theological significance to the plot. When commenting on the distinction between Apuleius' retelling and his own, Lewis states, "The central alteration in my own version consists in making Psyche's palace invisible to normal mortal eyes." Lewis explains that this change gives Oral a more ambivalent motive and modifies the whole quality of the tale. It is interesting that out of all the changes he made, he chose to highlight this one. Why would the palace being invisible to Oral be so important? Possibly because it illustrates Oral's jealousy not of Psyche's wealth and station, but of her faith. Oral cannot see the palace. Oral's initial reaction to the priest's retelling is anger and indignation, but as he continues, her hatred changes to remorse, which eventually turns into faith. The priest explains that Istra becomes a goddess, takes off her black veil, and changes her black robe for a white one. This imagery is similar to the scene depicted in the book of Revelation, where white robes are given to those who are saved as a symbol of their purity from the once again, together narrative. Oral experiences remorse because she hurt her sister, but more so because she is unlike begins to realize that the only path to redemption is through sacrifice. As the priest continues to tell the story of Psyche's many trials, he emphasizes the element of sacrifice and atonement. The priest knew, at least, that there must be sacrifices. They will have sacrifice, will have man. Yes, in the very heart, center, ground, roots of a man, strong and costly as blood. Here Lewis is drawing on a theme from Apuleius. Blood is thicker than water. Lewis takes this imagery of blood and water and uses it when the priest tells the king that he must sacrifice Psyche to appease Ungit's wrath. He says, "Holy wisdom is not clear and thin like water, but thick and dark like blood." Changing Apuleius' meaning of blood and blood relations to holy wisdom as being costly as blood. Secondarily, Lewis uses his theme to describe the shroud of mystery that surrounds the truth. Later, the Fox, Oral's Greek tutor, says, "I made her think that a prattle of maxims would do, all thin and clear as water." Lewis is using Apuleius' distinction between thick as blood and thin as water to mean that the truth is heavy and as costly as blood and not as light and fluid as water. Holy wisdom is dark and obscure and only obtained through sacrifice. Furthermore, this juxtaposition of blood and water is reminiscent of Christ's passion on the cross, and how when the soldiers pierce his side, blood and water come gushing from his wound. Christ's passion and crucifixion bring a different understanding of human sacrifice. The ultimate sacrifice has already been made on behalf of humanity through Christ's death on the cross. Therefore, the Christian idea of sacrifice is not so much like Psyche giving herself to die in the underworld in Apuleius' story, but like Psyche submitting herself to the god of the mountain in Lewis's story. The former requires the destruction of humanity, the latter requires its redemption. In the second iteration of the Cupid and Psyche myth, the priest's narrative is interwoven with both pagan and Christian symbols. The story is told in the Temple of Ungit alongside the idol of Istra and includes different names for Venus and Cupid. Instead, the priest names them Talpal and Alim, pointing to the universality and transcultural quality of the narrative. Yet, Lewis includes distinctly Christian imagery of white robes, blood, and water, and the idea that Psyche must sacrifice herself to restore her connection with the gods. This melding of gods makes this narrative distinctly polytheistic. However, Oral's progression from agnosticism to polytheism is not a sign of reversion, but a sign of maturity, because she is moving from a place of indifference to a gods to a realization of her own culpability, which then ignites her desire for redemption. When Oral hears of Psyche's fate, she takes on her burden as her own. Oral believes that she must follow Psyche's path of exile and participate in her suffering to restore what she lost. In this second retelling, Lewis keeps most of Apuleius' story, but mixes Christian and pagan imagery. In the myth, the idea of redemption begins with pagan rituals to appease the wrath of the gods. However, this gradually leads into a more Christian idea of redemption, through atonement of sin, through sacrifice, and through the sacraments. Oral begins to recognize the god of the mountain, Ungit, and the court of the gods as many gods, who slowly begin to look more and more like one god. Part 3, the dream. Years later, Oral enters the temple again. This time she sees a woman praying to the shapeless stone of the goddess Ungit, instead of the large and imposing Greek carving that she had commissioned as queen. When Oral asks her why, she responds, "That other, the Greek Ungit. She wouldn't understand my speech. She's only for nobles and learned men." Here, Oral is confronted with the idea of a god that is meek and humble, who makes the other versions of Ungit and the gods seem cruel and artificial. She begins to view the many gods as inferior deities or even false gods. This causes her to seek after a singular and ultimate god. When Oral enters the temple this time, she has a dream, and this becomes the third mythological narrative of Lewis's novel. It goes back to where the book begins, standing next to her father in front of the mirror. Except instead of telling her to cover her face, he commands her to remove her veil and throw herself down. She then revisits every scene from her life that she used to justify her complaint against the gods. In throwing herself down and revisiting her case against the gods, she becomes contrite and penitent. She comes to the truth through realizing her own folly and her need for mercy. Oral's encounter with this truth is a lot like Plato's idea of the forms, as both Lewis and Apuleius were deeply influenced by Plato. For Apuleius, Psyche's entering Cupid's palace parallels the soul's entering the fullness of truth. The Platonic idea of the forms is seen in connection with the palace because it matches the philosophical idea of the fullness of truth as being divine in the sense that it exists in a heavenly realm. For Lewis, Oral encounters the fullness of truth when she settles her account against the gods. She must first pass through trials of faith before she is able to meet the gods face to face. In this dream narrative, Oral's identity is blended with both Ungit and Psyche, as the fox says in the courtroom of the gods. We're all limbs and part of one whole, hence of each other. Men and gods flow in and out and mingle. Ungit represents the jealous and bitter side of Oral, the side of her that is blinded by her anger towards the gods. Startled by this realization, she is consumed by the dark emptiness of Ungit. She hates the harsh and crude black idol because it mirrors her as a dark and cruel ruler. She resolves to end her life, returning to the river that once led her to Psyche. Oral goes to throw herself down. Suddenly, for the first time in her life, she hears the voice of God. "Lord, where are you?" she asks, and he replies, "You cannot escape Ungit by going to the Deadlands, for she is there also. Die before you die. There is no chance after." This is when Oral's many gods become one, and her pagan sacrifices become the sacrifice of Ungit. She must die to the hatred and unbelief of her old self. But then she is met with a problem. She doesn't know how, for she realizes that she cannot mend her soul no more than her own face. This is when she realizes that sacrificing her life would not save her. Sacrifice itself is not enough to be transformed, because while she can throw herself down, she cannot raise herself up. If she's to fix her face, she must fix her soul, and that help must come from somewhere beyond herself. Oral's dream then shifts to the trials she performs for Psyche. In each of these trials, Oral notices that she is not alone. Another woman goes before her, takes on her burden, and helps her accomplish each seemingly impossible task. Through these visions, it's revealed to Oral that all along, Ungit's curse was prophetic in saying, "You also shall be Psyche." Suddenly, it's revealed to Oral that she and Psyche are one and the same. Two Psyches, the one clothed, the other naked. Yes, both Psyches, both beautiful, beyond all imagining, yet not exactly the same. Here, Lewis's description of Oral's transformation matches that of 1 Corinthians. "For now we see in a mirror dimly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I have been fully known." It is significant to note that the fox, her Greek tutor, is the one to walk her through each scene of suffering. In this narrative of redemption, Lewis chooses a figure representing philosophy and rationality to lead the way to Oral's spiritual transformation. In Apuleius' narrative, Psyche's reason causes her to doubt and severs her ties with the gods. In Lewis's narrative, Oral's instruction in reason and philosophy from the fox points her to the fullness of truth, and in so doing, to the gods. Finally, Oral is taken to the courtroom of the gods to make her complaint. In the courtroom, there are ghosts of all the people she knew before, along with the judge. As Oral reads her complaint, initially the size of a book, the argument becomes smaller and smaller, until her voice sounds unfamiliar and strange to even herself. She realizes that all along, the complaint was the answer. Oral describes that she understands why God did not come to her directly, but remained hidden. God was not silent to her plea, she was silent to his, and he explains, "How can they meet us face to face till we have faces?" In realizing her need for God's forgiveness, she realizes that to be in communion with God, she must be transformed herself. Paradoxically, God transcends humanity, but is somehow also inside it, permeating and sustaining it with his goodness. In the same way, Oral and Psyche become one, because both divinity and humanity are intermingled. However, without God as the source of truth and meaning, Oral's identity remains split, and she loses sight of who she truly is. This third mythological narrative highlights the progression of polytheism to monotheism, with the god of the mountain, Ungit, Istra, Talpal, Yalem, and the court of the gods, all collapsing into one that she addresses as Lord. This transition from agnosticism, polytheism, and then monotheism is unique to Lewis's narrative as opposed to Apuleius's. The latter's story assumes a polytheistic world, with Venus, Cupid, Zeus, and other gods appearing as deities who subject humanity to their petty jealousy and wrath. When Oral issues her complaint in the courtroom of the gods, she is met with only one god. Lewis begins with Apuleius's polytheistic world and gradually turns it into a monotheistic one. This one God at the end of the novel becomes the Christianized and fullest version of the gods preceding him. Oral's journey of identity reflects this theological maturity as she herself moves from a position of unbelief to the fullest version of herself. Two psyches united in one. In the allegory on love, Lewis describes allegory as the process of taking the ancient gods in classical mythology and personifying them into certain virtues of medieval allegory. He argues that this process is not limited to medieval literature, but is natural to all types of storytelling. He asserts that monotheism should be regarded not as a rival, but as the maturity of polytheism. Each of the three retellings illustrates this same progression from agnosticism to polytheism to monotheism. It is only when Oral comes to recognize the real and true God that she transforms. In this way, Till We Have Faces illustrates Lewis's theological side of polytheism maturing into monotheism, and by default, preferred over agnosticism. The implications of Lewis's theological point significantly shape his idea about the nature of myth. Its extra-literary quality requires that its original form be preserved in order to maintain its integrity. However, Lewis has no qualms with adding in distinctive Christian imagery into his retelling of the Cupid and Psyche myth, except of course that Lewis does not consider these to be additions, but rather as the myth truly presents itself. The build of each mythological narrative, Until We Have Faces, clearly leads to the Christian monotheistic model as the ultimate and fullest expression of truth. It then follows that Lewis considers the ancient myths to be important to cultivating a faith, but that these are ultimately incomplete because they lack the fullness of truth. In each of the three iterations of the Cupid and Psyche myth, the Christian God takes many forms, but is present throughout. Each deity, Oral acknowledges, bears some piece of the ultimate God. For example, the God of the mountain evokes biblical imagery, such as when God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac on Mount Moriah in the book of Genesis. But it also draws together pagan imagery, as the God of the mountain demands a human sacrifice to be appeased and is representative of the Greek god Cupid, or Eros in Roman mythology. Furthermore, Oral's journey of faith is paired with her journey towards truth. Ultimately, she comes to the fullness of truth when she is reunited with the Christian God. But this is not because she rejected her reason and rationality, but because she allowed them to take her to their rightful origin. Lewis's choice of pagan imagery and reason as stepping stones to true and genuine faith is not insignificant. It is a bold suggestion about the nature of the Christian faith and the relationship between the human and the divine. It asserts that in the background of every mythological narrative, there is the faint but real presence of the true myth, the passion, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Any questions? Don't be shy. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Rachel, for giving us the chance to talk about Lewis explicitly today. Okay, so I'm going to ask a broader question, then I'm going to explain a little bit, and then I'm going to ask a more refined question.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so the broader question is, for those three categories, what's the significance of starting first with agnosticism? All right, now I explain a little bit of what I mean. The example you give of Psyche and her palace and her little feast with Oral is mirrored in the last battle, where the dwarfs are eating a glorious feast, but they only feel like they're eating hay and other such things. Except in their case, the reason that they don't see anything is because they refuse to be taken in. That is, it is not merely an ignorance, but a willful decision not to believe. Whereas agnosticism is usually an ignorance or indecision about the reality of a deity. Also, Coleman was just mentioning in the discussion between that Lewis is off encountering Nietzsche, who is not just agnostic, but atheistic or anti-theistic. So my question is it possible that Oral is actually atheistic or anti-theistic, or is there a special significance to her being agnostic Until We Have Faces?
That's a really good question. Okay, so I could see the case being made. Of course, we can't really resurrect Lewis and ask him. I could see the case being made for atheism. I really do. I actually, in my original draft, said atheism, and I changed it to agnosticism. And the reason is she's at the beginning of her journey of enlightenment. She is willfully ignorant, sure, but she has not yet really been exposed to the fullness of truth. And she's not encountered the forms per se. And she, that kind of next layer unravels when she goes to the temple and when she is the Queen of Glome. And I think that you could say more is perhaps when she becomes truly an atheist, because then she, as the queen, which I had to skip over that whole part because you know how do you summarize the whole book in this, she is the Queen of Glome, is aware of the reality of the God of the Mountain. She sees the after effects of what happens to Psyche. And she sees that she lost her sister to her own hatred against the gods, okay? And so that is when she then, with all that information and awareness of the gods and that, oh, they do actually have power and oh, they actually did take away my sister, then chooses to still not believe in them as the Queen of Glome. And then she slowly comes back to the faith, right? I call it agnosticism too because there's a sense where she's participating in these deeply theological rituals, but is not actually aware of what she's participating in. And I think it is a willful hatred, but it's also because she's so blinded by her own, she calls it love, but of course it's not real love. Her own desire to possess Psyche, for Psyche to be her own. And of course, Psyche is representative of the soul, so in a sense it's like she's holding on to her soul in a way that is so blinded by her desire to have what she wants, that she is ignorant. And so I think it's not necessarily she's unaware of the gods and has chosen to reject them, but that she is unaware of the gods and has chosen to remain indifferent.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on how the concept and experience of shame would relate to the ignorance of the gods. One book that I think is very similar in its ambitions and its theological aspiration is Dostoevsky's The Idiot. And the basic story there is that Prince Mishkin, who is the idiot, is this man who's full of love. And he is the expression of the fullness of truth and of goodness. And he goes and pursues this poor, poor lady, Nastasia, who was raised by a lecherous man to be his slave. And she had been abused and just very terrible situation. And she was unable to really enjoy the love that Prince Mishkin offered so selflessly, so Christ-likely to her. And I think probably an element there is shame. And so she gave herself to a very abusive man instead. And that's kind of a trope, not just in literature, but just in reality, it seems, just in experience. I would really love to hear you flesh out how shame may or may not impact this story, specifically with Oral.
Yeah, oh, there's so much to say there. I have not actually read The Idiot, so I can't comment on the dialogue between the two texts, but I will say in the beginning of the novel, Oral is very distinctive because, well, I mean, the name Oral actually could mean several things. It could mean gracious, it could mean clear-eyed. So it is significant that she doesn't seem to recognize her own grace she's given. She doesn't seem to see clearly at all in the very beginning. And the question is, well, why is that? And of course, there's this sort of possessive desire to keep control of the situation, keep Psyche with her. And that's clouding all of her judgment. And it's this sort of very vindictive and petty jealousy of the gods. But I think there's also an element of her physical deformity. It's called We Have Faces, and actually in the original edition, the book. Lewis picked artwork for the cover, and it was actually from a scene that most people forget about in the book, in the new edition, and it was going to be the kind of, it's like a giant black amorphous block covered in blood, because that's what the idol looked like in the temple when she goes to visit the temple the first time. And that's a representation of her soul. It is how she sees herself. And I think Psyche being connected to Oral and her full identity at the end is significant, because it's sort of like the redeemed Oral and then the old Oral. And so shame is very obvious in her character in the beginning, because she covers herself because she's afraid to look at herself in the mirror. She thinks that she is ugly and despicable, and she can't even really handle being revealing herself to other people. It's too much for her. But I also would make a distinction between shame and remorse, because I think it's not shame that gets her, shame of her own sins that gets her to eventually believe. I think it is remorse. I think it's a hopeful idea of, it's not, oh, I'm horrible, oh, I'm awful, and there's no hope for me. It's, oh, I've made a mistake, but there is also hope of recovering from that. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Just as a follow-up,
Sure.
by the way, I think this is just beautiful. This is very lovely. I totally understand what you're referring to about the tears. It reminds me, what you just said, and this whole story, it reminds me of the lady with the discharge who touched the fringe of the garment of our Lord and was healed. Because I can't imagine all the shame and the stigma that she had suffered for so many years, like 11 years, was it?
Yeah.
And then after healing her, Jesus said, "Who touched me?" to give her a new identity so that she could have a name for the first time, a name that was pure. And you see this beautiful transformation from Oral to Psyche. And I just think that's lovely. So
That's actually one of my favorite parts of the gospel. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That's a very good comparison. Yeah, you could go, you could compare, you could find for every character name that Lewis chooses very intentionally for each step in this book, Psyche becoming Istra. Even the other names he brings in, you could find a biblical parallel in each one. It's so, the depth and breadth of this novel and the comparisons you can make to both Christian and pagan mythology is incredible. Anyone else?
Awesome. Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah.
We'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll start up, and maybe we can get out of here a little bit early, so that'll be great. All right, everybody. If you don't mind, let's see if we can go ahead and get started. For the last paper of the day, Dr. Mitchell has graciously agreed to run the Q&A after. So Dr. Mitchell, the microphone is next to you there. You have the burden and hopeful pleasure of hearing from me for the last talk. Foregoing an introduction, I hope you can forgive me some personal remarks. I have lately been reflecting and meditating on Father Zosima and the brothers Karamazov. Central to the idea of Father Zosima is the idea of being Christ to the world and your neighbor. This necessarily implies a fundamental embrace of responsibility for everything and everyone, as well as the necessary humility attendant to that absolute responsibility. I find this relevant to any discussion of friendship, but also, perhaps more importantly, personally poignant. As some of you know, my academic journey has been anything but normal. To this extent, I have come to understand it as an act of humility. This was at first rather embarrassing and uncomfortable. However, through the love of my parents, siblings, teachers, and friends, I have realized that the way of humility is paradoxically the act of gratitude for the humiliation. To this end, I have a debt of gratitude to my family, Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Baer, and all my friends and teachers that I'll never repay. They have shown me love and given me friendship when I have been deserving of neither, as a poor son, brother, student, and friend. In any case, I dedicate this paper to my friends and hope this humble gift is edifying to you all. One last thing, I never assign a theme to these conferences, but I found that one inevitably emerges. At first, I thought this year's was community, or communalism, something like that. Then I thought, well, maybe it's sacramentality. But now I know it's love. So let's get into the paper. Matthew 18:20, for where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. In the history of moral philosophy, friendship featured prominently as an object of study and analysis. However, in contemporary thought, such considerations have dramatically decreased to the point of non-existence. However, just because philosophers have stopped talking about it, friendship and its significance remain an essential feature of human experience. Indeed, the importance of friendship is being realized anew because of its absence in modern life. Our medical experts are telling us that we are going through an epidemic of loneliness, and recent surveys have shown or have corroborated their diagnoses. Yet this is not a new phenomenon insofar as it has been observed at least since 2000 when Robert Putnam published his book, Bowling Alone. However, it is the argument of this paper that the collapse of friendship in contemporary life has an even longer history than this, and that, like everything else, ultimately the problem is theological. The above cursory observations lend themselves to at least a couple of important questions. First, what is friendship? Second, is friendship, that is to say the friendship that could be rationally understood and materially recognized as genuine friendship, possible in contemporary life? It will take some time to fully answer the first question, but a satisfactory tentative definition consists of the following. Friendship is a sacrament. And once we are able to understand the answer to this first question, the answer to the second question will become clear. Insofar as friendship is a sacrament, then it will be immensely difficult within the terms of contemporary thought and life to truly realize friendship as it actually is. Furthermore, insofar as friendship is a sacrament, it is an essential aspect of reality and necessary for human flourishing and happiness. And further, insofar as true friendship in modern life is impossible for the average person, the achievement of those ultimate goods, including general happiness and well-being, to which all human beings aspire, will be limited and foreclosed in a substantial way. However, contemporary circumstances can be a blessing in disguise, insofar as when we are in most need for friends, that we're able to most clearly imagine what a good friend would be, as well as to be able to understand who we would have to become in order to be a good friend ourselves. So what do we take to be a good friend? At the very least, we understand a good friend to be someone who cares about us, someone who is willing to listen to us, someone who is able to have sympathy for us, enough to understand us and who we are, someone who is able to have compassion for us, someone who is able to challenge us and ask us the right questions when needed, and someone who is willing to sacrifice for us. In large part, a general theme to the answer to this question is simply a list description of the kind of being that we are. And here, Alistair McIntyre provides us with relevant guidance. McIntyre systematically outlines the sort of beings that we are in his short book, Dependent Rational Animals. As the title suggests, McIntyre's answer is that human beings are a kind of animal, that we are rational, and that we are necessarily dependent and contingent beings. McIntyre's purpose in this book is a part of his greater reification of Aristotelian Thomistic virtue ethics in contemporary moral philosophy. His thesis consists in the following, quote, "The virtues that we need if we are to develop from our initial animal condition into that of independent rational agents, and the virtues that we need if we are to confront and respond to vulnerability and disability both in ourselves and in others, belong to one and the same set of virtues, the distinctive virtues of dependent rational animals, whose dependence, rationality, and animality have to be understood in relationship to each other." And while this is not directly about friendship, it does in fact provide requisite context by defining for us the sort of beings that we are, and thereby gives us a place to situate friendship precisely as a necessary virtue for human beings as the kinds of beings that we are, if we are going to flourish as what we are and become that which we have it within ourselves to become. Indeed, it is precisely this exact identity formulation of our animality, our rationality, and our dependence that simultaneously makes us uniquely capable of being and having a friend, as well as renders us in need of friends in order to fully and finally flourish as human beings. Of particular note is our rationality insofar as it orients us to truth with respect to our flourishing and happiness. As rational animals, we have a need to discern the truth as clearly as we can. This means that we are oriented to the true by nature and pursue it by cultivating a mind informed by an awareness of and understanding of reality as it actually is. When we fail to apprehend and perceive reality truthfully, we fall prey to ignorance, error, deception, and self-deception, which are all failures of reason. These rational shortcomings necessarily and simultaneously prevent us from flourishing as rational animals and also prevent us from recognizing that we are unable to flourish in the first place. Caught in a double bind, we live ignorant, vicious, and brutish lives. It is precisely here that the significance and necessity of good friends come into focus. Friends, and especially good friends, are exactly those who provide aid in the apprehension of truth. Insofar as they care for us as fellow rational animals, they also have a natural orientation, capacity, and desire to know the truth, and therefore will go to great lengths to ensure that we, with them, know truly. In this respect, it is our friends who are those significant others that we live with, deliberate with, and hold us accountable in terms of truth. And it is not simply that our friends seek to protect us against the pitfalls of ignorance, error, deception, and self-deception, but also that they seek to provide us with the resources that we need to have in order to recognize those pitfalls in ourselves and in them and fix or avoid them as they arise. In this way, we are dependent upon others, and specifically our friends, in order to achieve an essential thing that we need to achieve in order to flourish as the sort of beings that we are and thereby be happy. However, it seems dubious that we understand friendship in this way today. Contemporaneously, we find ourselves in a multitude of relationships, many of which bear the name of friend, but have little or no resemblance to the relationship to truth that was just described. Much of the time, our friendships happen by accident, both pursuant to random chance or as a part of some role or function we have in our daily living. Furthermore, many of our interactions with others are temporary, with some specific goal in mind. Perhaps most of all, our friends today are found online and mediated by technology. So what do we understand friendship to consist in today? A quick perusal of the self-help shelf indicates a technological and consumeristic conception of friendship. Most famously, Dale Carnegie wrote the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, in 1936. This book outlines a number of strategies encouraging the reader to manufacture friendships by way of adopting various rhetorical techniques, as well as methods of sociability. This is reminiscent of the sophists in Plato's Gorgias, who have no concern for the truth of things and are only interested in obtaining power and prestige. Such conceptions of friendship are only exacerbated with the proliferation of modern technology. Of particular note is social media, where you are incentivized and able to cultivate as many friends as you possibly can, despite never having met any of them face to face, or even interacted with any of them even online where you find them. Friends become a matter of achievement and a signifier of social power and prestige. Rather than truth, the key to friendship becomes a system of tactics and strategies for networking and marketing. What emerges are terms like social media influencer and parasocial relationships. Indeed, in many cases, what seems to be encouraged in contemporary friendships is untruth or lies and deception, insofar as it consists in lies of utility and or pleasure. What seems to emerge in modern society is a popular community that resembles a mass. Following the analysis of French polymath Gustave Le Bon in his book, The Crowd, popular society seems to be nothing more than a collection of atomized individuals who have only accidentally necessary considerations for each other. What further characterizes the mass is a profound absence of reason as it is normally understood. Mass man forfeits his individual rationality for the security and comfort of being part of the crowd and its mass irrationality, and is thus subject to the whims of whoever is able to manipulate and control the crowd. This results in a profound indifference to truth. Insofar as a core aspect of friendship is truthfulness, it becomes impossible to have friends in a mass. Rather than friendship and mutual aid, in mass society there emerges a Hobbesian nightmare world where everyone truly is the enemy of everyone else. French philosopher René Girard describes the mechanics of a mass society when he outlines his account of mimetic rivalry and scapegoating. As the whims of the mass fluctuates, each individual is at enmity with everyone else, and hardship is encountered. An innocent victim is selected as a scapegoat to receive the pent-up rage and frustration of the crowd in order to obtain some cathartic relief. In such a society, even basic sociability and goodwill is lost, much less friendship. Such a society resembles the USSR and its gulags as described by Solzhenitsyn. It is nothing less than the totalitarianism in Nazi Germany as described by Hannah Arendt. Truth is of no account in such a society, and friendship is impossible. What emerges is not a society at all, but an anti-society. As Jacques Maritain has it, man is simultaneously the pinnacle of the universe, as well as its microcosm. In the same way, friendship is essential to human beings for their flourishing and happiness as the kinds of beings that we are. So too is friendship essential to society as a human artifact wherein human flourishing and happiness can be achieved. However, we have not arrived in such position by accident. Friendship, like many other essential things into human life, has a conceptual history. As mentioned at the beginning of this paper, friendship has historically been a significant topic of theorization insofar as it is taken to be so fundamental to how human beings experience the world, and also especially important with respect to our moral formation. That said, just because we can thoroughly theorize about what friendship is and what a friend should be, does not automatically ensure us actual friendship or that we will be a good friend. I think specifically talking with Dr. Bayer all the time about the problem of the moral philosopher. You have men throughout history and women throughout history who know the ins and outs of moral theory and nevertheless are horrible people. Same too is for friendship. I can get up here and give, a lecture on friendship. That has no sort of relevance to whether or not I am in fact a good friend. Our current state of affairs should leave little doubt as to the truth of this. In any case, it is important to understand that history of friendship. And in order to do so, we must look to Kant. In a book entitled Lectures on Ethics, Immanuel Kant defined friendship as, quote, the union of two persons through equal mutual love and respect, end quote. It is important to note here that the second core feature of friendship is being explicitly invoked by Kant, that of love. In order to fully understand friendship, not only must we understand its relation to truth given our status as dependent rational animals, but we must also understand how love orients and directs friendship as well. What is secondly and relatedly immediately obvious is an odd tension emerging in Kant's definition, insofar as one properly understands Kant and his broader philosophical vision. What Kant intends in his definition is of a highly specific character and turns on properly understanding what Kant takes to be equality and respect as a part of his whole broader philosophy. It must be remembered that Kant conceives of duty as the greatest moral determiner. In addition, Kant grounds his high regard for duty within his broader anthropology of man as an autonomous and rational agent. With respect to both autonomy and rationality, Kant presents an original point of view that represents a break with ancient and medieval conceptions of human nature and rationality, and also has set the terms of discussion for much of modern philosophy. By autonomy, Kant maintains that one has an absolute responsibility to oneself as sovereign over oneself. Kantian rationality, on the other hand, is a kind of dutiful calculating insofar as one reasons to universal maxims, and these maxims obligate you as a guide to practical action. Thus, when Kant invokes equality and respect as key aspects of friendship, they are of a particular character, informed at least by his conception of autonomy and rationality. In light of all this, the tension in Kant's definition emerges first between love and respect, and second between the definition and that which it defines, that is, friendship. Respect, especially of the sort considered in light of Kant's anthropology of autonomy, is that which maintains a cordial but real distance and distinction. Respect remains coherent only in terms of multiplicity. On the other hand, love is such that unity with the beloved is the goal. Love involves a vulnerability and the hope to find your mirror image. Love binds and dissolves distinction. This tension within the definition carries over into a broader tension between the definition and friendship itself. If friendship is only explicable as itself in terms of the particular anthropology that MacIntyre provides for us, that is, in contrast with mere sociability or any number of acquaintanceships one may have throughout the course of his or her life, then it becomes impossible to tell what friendship within the context of Kant's exactly opposite anthropology could possibly mean or be. In explicit terms, friends are precisely those we need when we are in times of trouble. And friends are what we need in order to flourish and become that which we have it within ourselves to become. This is nothing less than a deep dependence, precisely the kind of dependence that is entirely antithetical to any kind of autonomy, particularly that of Kant. Furthermore, insofar as one of the two central purposes of friendship is truthfulness, rationality within the context of friendship takes on a fundamentally different quality than Kant imagines. Rather than calculation, what a good friend has is prudence. Calculation, even that which is rooted in duty, is only secondarily concerned with the truth of things insofar as the whole of truth is beyond the reach of mere calculation. And not only is calculation insufficient as a matter of scope, when practiced by itself, it can lead to all sorts of rationalizations that are sufficient for the duty of goodwill, but fall far short of what is required by both charity and one's friend. Instead, what is necessary in a good friend is a wisdom informed by charity, such that one can see those instances when it is precisely mercy that completes justice. In addition, friends necessarily have an unreflective awareness of their purpose as a friend, and this simply does not involve a calculative rationality. Questions of equality are nowhere near the front of a friend's mind, such that while for Kant, a friend could countenance and even be obliged to betray you if duty so demanded. We normally understand a true friend to be that which or who stands with you, even against the world, and even when you do not deserve it. Ultimately, it seems that friendship, as we normally take it to be, is impossible under Kant's theoretical framework, and insofar as Kant's philosophy provides a basic structure for modern thought, then it would make sense that precisely what is lacking in contemporary practical life is true friendship. Interestingly enough, Kant seems to recognize this as he sharply distinguishes between pragmatic and moral friendships. With respect to pragmatic friendships, Kant is deeply skeptical as it necessarily infringes upon one's autonomy and judgment when duty calls. he says in the Metaphysics of Morals, quote, "It is a great burden to feel oneself tied to the destiny of others and laden with alien responsibilities. Friendship, therefore, cannot be a bond aimed at mutual advantage, but must be purely moral. If one accepts a benefit from the other, then he can probably count on an equality in their love, but not in their respect. For he sees himself as plainly a step lower, inasmuch as he is obligated, and yet not reciprocally able to obligate." The question now becomes, is there some alternative to modern life's false pragmatic friendships and impossible moral friendships? There is, but to fully understand it, we must first return to Aristotle. Aristotle's treatment of friendship is the first extensive philosophical treatise on the subject. Book 8 and Book 9 of the Nicomachean Ethics provide an extensive and systematic analysis of friendship, and in most cases thereafter, friendship is being discussed within the context of his overall argument. There he gives a taxonomy of friendship where, in his style, he presents 3 distinct types of friends that are so defined in terms of their ends. First, there's the friendship of pleasure. This friendship is of a qualified nature insofar as the object of this kind of relationship is the satisfaction of some particular pleasure that the relevant other can provide. Importantly, this is not a true friendship, as the object of relation is not the other in himself, but some extraneous pleasure. Even in the case where the other is that which is pleasant to you, this still remains inadequate according to Aristotle, as pleasure is highly fickle and subject to change on a whim. Second, there's the friendship of utility or use. This friendship also falls short of true friendship, insofar as the relevant other in the relationship is once more not the object of one's affection. Instead, this friendship is only maintained as long as the other is useful to you. Once you achieve your goal, then the relationship comes to an end. Third and finally is the friendship of virtue. It is this friendship that Aristotle identifies as, quote, complete friendship. However, it is important here to understand fully what Aristotle has in mind. In order to do that, we must first contextualize what Aristotle takes to be virtue as well as the good. For Aristotle, virtue and goodness consists in self-love and its culmination, respectively. He provides this argument in Book 9 of the Nicomachean Ethics and ultimately concludes that in order to be fully good and therefore happy, friendship is necessary. As a result, the object of the friendship of virtue is goodness itself, and only those who are of equivalent degrees of virtue and goodness can ever have a friendship of this type. Thus, in all 3 species of friendship, Aristotle maintains a kind of reciprocity, which seems strange within the context of what we normally take friendship to be. In addition, there's a degree or kind of necessity that is in the background of Aristotle's account that seems to be at odds with the freedom and dynamism found in our experiences of friendship. Lastly, in all 3 types of friendship, even including the complete friendship of virtue, the object of one's love is never finally the other in themselves fully and clear. Instead, the object of friendship, even of virtue, is goodness itself. And this renders friendship impossible for those who are not good, and also for those who are unequal in goodness. Yet this complete concern and devotion to the other for no other reason than the sufficiency of themselves as other is precisely at the heart of what we ordinarily identify as constituting what true friendship is. And this is the case even in the midst of the mistakes and vices we enact. Thus, in these 3 important ways, there are deficiencies in Aristotle's account. So how do we explain Aristotle's deficiencies? It is here that we must take recourse to St. Thomas Aquinas, because he has the resources both to explain why Aristotle's account of friendship is deficient in the ways that it is, and also provides for us a path forward. In summary, Aristotle lacks access and recourse to the theological virtues, and in particular, the greatest virtue of all, charity. It is charity that ultimately orients and directs friendship in conjunction with truth. While St. Thomas adopts many of Aristotle's core philosophical insights, he does not simply adopt, but expands on them by way of the Christian theological tradition. Of particular note is the way in which St. Thomas expands on and accounts for Aristotle's apparent errors with respect to his assessment and analysis of human nature. Thus, St. Thomas provides for us both correction to Aristotle's mistakes, as well as a better and more full Aristotelian account than even Aristotle himself could give. Aristotle is notoriously known for his prejudices with respect to women, slaves, and non-Greek persons, or those he would identify as barbarians. St. Thomas is able to both explain and correct these prejudices in Aristotle by making use of the Christian conceptions of God as man's transcendental final end, the equality of all people in the Imago Dei, the fact of original and regular sin through the fall of man, and the reality of the gift of grace. Without recourse to Christian revelation and theology, Aristotle was limited in an important way, and his philosophical account maintains a persistent immanence that is both generative and reflective of this limitation. First, Aristotle was deeply skeptical of the human capacity to ever actually obtain his final end of eudaimonia. Indeed, from the outset, women, slaves, and barbarians were by nature incapable of ever achieving this end and becoming fully virtuous. This also meant that none of these people, which constitutes the majority of the human population, were capable of friendship. St. Thomas, on the other hand, is able to introduce a greater and transcendent final end of beatitude to which everyone both is naturally oriented and has the capacity to obtain. This necessarily entails a greater capacity to imagine the breadth of the range of the virtues in human action. It further rescues Aristotle's account insofar as it allows the overall account of virtue and rationality to apply to humanity as a whole, rather than just a particular group of people. To the point, friendship, even Aristotle's complete friendship of virtue, becomes possible for everyone insofar as they are human beings. Second, and relatedly, St. Thomas also considers the impact of original and regular sin upon human nature. Aristotle does not have such an account, and so his analysis is limited to considering only those who are able to perfectly, or at least almost perfectly, embody virtue. However, for St. Thomas, the range of virtuosity is expanded, and he is able to consider both the full variety of virtues that a person can possess, as well as the variation and degree that those virtues are possessed. As a result, St. Thomas is able to conceptualize a whole life of virtue in a way reminiscent of Plato, but largely absent in Aristotle. With the reality of sin, moral mistakes and failures are able to be understood and explained as just regular occurrences in life as a human being. This provides for a fuller picture of actual human nature and experience, and as a result broadens the horizon of what friendship is and could be. Furthermore, education and virtue become something that lasts for the entirety of one's life. Indeed, St. Thomas is able to account for the possession of perfect and imperfect virtues, as well as the natural inclinations and disinclinations to virtues that every particular person happens to have. These natural inclinations and disinclinations become the starting point of our broader moral education, of which friendships are a crucial part. Considered in light of our shared transcendental final end of beatitude, friendship becomes all the more important as we are only able to finally obtain that beatification through the help and support of our friends. In this way, the teaching of the Church, nulla ecclesiam salus, becomes particularly poignant. Third and finally, St. Thomas has recourse to the theological virtues, and especially the virtue of charity, as those virtues which perfect Aristotle's cardinal virtues and ultimately direct us to our final end. This is important because Aristotle gives no reason to understand his imminent end of eudaimonia in any particular way. He simply defines it as the perfect enaction of the virtues and prudence, but this can ostensibly vary in its actualization from person to person. The theological virtues perfect the cardinal virtues insofar as their end is one and the same for everyone, that is, the beatific vision. In addition, it is charity that provides explanation for respects of reality, which Aristotle has no explanation. Specifically, charity allows us to account for the grace shot through reality that enables us to attain to a transcendental final end and account for instances of virtue that are better than anything we can anticipate or we could expect anyone, including ourselves, to achieve. In charity, we are able to understand how it is possible for us to act in ways that are better and inexplicable in terms of our own natural inclinations and education. And it seems to be precisely charity and grace that accounts for a core aspect of friendship that is missing in both Aristotle's and Kant's accounts. It is grace realized in and through charity that provides explanation for an important feature of what friendship is. And I think this is really important. This is to say that friendship is never earned. It is a goodness that we happen upon, even in moments when we are not looking for it or do not deserve it. In addition, friendships regularly defy reasonable expectations of goodness by flourishing in those moments of intense stress and hardship. Friendships provide to us something unique and more than we can ever expect, but at the same time, that which we undoubtedly need in order to most perfectly flourish as human beings and attain our final end. In and through friendship, we are able to become that which we have it within ourselves to be, that is also at the same time more than we can ever imagine on our own. And not only this for ourselves, but also for our friends. Furthermore, friendships, in and through the operation of grace and love, provide us the relevant foundation to truthfully identify our other practically necessary relationships as that which they are, and at the same time give reason for and meaning to those same relationships. In this way, friendship is a means of grace, and thus finally understandable only in all ways as a gift. As an object of charity, and that which is fundamentally directed by charity, the appropriate response to the gift of friendship is gratitude as a species of charity and kind. In sum, St. Thomas is able to explain a quality of friendship that is either invisible or inconceivable to both Aristotle and Kant. Friendships as gifts are unpredictable, spontaneous, and organic insofar as they are rooted in charity, providing grace and disclosing truth. This is in stark opposition to both the practical reality of modern friendships and the theoretical account of friendship found in Kant. As gift, friendships are not achievements subject to rational calculation or the product of strategies and systems of acquisition and technique. Instead, friendship properly understood is the graceful process of gifting, gratitude, and gifting in return according to charity in truth. It is here that we can begin to see how friendship could properly be called a sacrament, especially if we take the basic definition of sacrament as given by the Baltimore Catechism. Quote, "A sacrament is an outward sign instituted by Christ to give grace," end quote. Friendship seems to meet this definition, especially if you consider that St. Thomas considers marriage, also a sacrament, to be the highest form of friendship. In addition, Christ tells his disciples, "For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them." No greater confirmation could be possible. Christ is he who is our salvation, the Logos before all creation, within whom we live and move and have our being. In Christ and through his incarnation, we can dare to be the friends of God and adopted as sons. Finally, friendship also mirrors the perichoretic mystery at the heart of the Holy Trinity. 3 persons in perfect friendship with each other as one God. The Trinity exemplifies the absolute perfection of friendship as the source of both truth and love. Thus, by imitating Christ and by contemplating the holy life of the Trinity, we will be able to be better friends. So is friendship as a sacrament possible in our contemporary setting? Yes and no. Insofar as friendship is a virtue and also that which everyone needs and aspires to, friendship will always be possible and even realized to some greater or lesser extent. However, we live in a world that has largely rejected the Christian theological and metaphysical vision that renders sacraments intelligible. This means that our ordinary ways of life will not be naturally conducive to the cultivation of true friendship. What is necessary is an intentional reclamation of sacramental ways of life. Without such a reclamation, we will continue to face epidemics of loneliness, and our personal and social lives will be limited and impoverished in a substantial way. Only by reorienting our intellects and wills in harmony to the sacramental rhythms instituted by Christ in both creation and the church will we more fully realize that which we have it within us to be. And it is our friends that make it possible for us to wholly and finally do this. Thank you.
Questions?
Wonderful paper, Justin. Thank you so much. It's very relevant, very important, very enjoyable to listen to. I have many questions, but I'm just going to pick one. I was wondering if you could expand on the difference between the sort of marital friendship and then the sort of other kinds of friendship in the context of them all being the best forms. You know, not utility or pleasure, but eudaimonia, but just what's the difference there?
Yeah, so from the get-go, I'm not going to speak on marriage more than just citing what others have said insofar as I'm not married. But I will say that I think there is something there's something that's sort of intuitive in the way that St. Thomas calls marriage as the sort of ultimate perfection of friendship. In the paper, I kind of one up St. Thomas, if I could be so bold, by saying actually it's the perichoretic procession of the Trinity. But at the same time, it's not necessarily a one-up insofar as marriage is also understood in terms of the perichoretic economy of the Trinity. You
want to define perichoretic?
Yeah. So perichoretic is John of Nazianzus really sort of is the first. He's a pre-schism Greek theologian and philosopher. And then Maximus Confessor, sort of after him and kind of contemporaneously with him, sort of developed this idea. It basically it establishes the way in which the persons of the Trinity relate to each other, or the economy of the Trinity. And I'm using economy in the sort of classical sense, not the financial sense. And so it's an act of love. Perichoresis is always and everywhere an act of love. And so the procession of the Spirit, the relationship of the Father and the Son, all these sort of things are examples and instances of perichoretic love. The other way that they apply it is also in terms of the way in which Christ in the Incarnation has both a human and divine nature, without mix or confusion or anything else like that. Which is an absolute mystery, of course, is how could a single concrete person, a fact, have this sort of two natures that's nowhere else realized. But then to a certain extent, the way in which this is sort of accomplished is perichoretic love, and then specifically through the principle of hypostasis. I'm not going to get into all that. But to return to your specific question of comparing the different types of friendship, yeah, I would say ultimately, I don't think I'm disagreeing with St. Thomas. I'm maybe just doing a genealogy a little bit further back. I do think the Trinity serves as the model for friendship in terms of some sort of absolute perfection. When it comes to the species of friendship that are sort of secondary or tertiary even, I think what you have is this distinction that turns on a complete and full focus on the other as other and nothing else. That signifies what I would call true friendship and was trying to argue as true friendship, versus these other relationships that are fundamentally necessary to us as human beings. I can't get through my life without having relationships of pleasure, utility, and even virtue. But in all three of those, the focus is not the other in and of himself as other, but is instead on their relevant ends: pleasure, utility, and goodness. And importantly, there's a way in which that's not a full expression of what friendship actually in fact is, especially the friendship as exemplified in the Trinity.
This was a beautiful paper. Thank you so much. So I'd like to ask you to expound a little on the relationship between friendship and learning or education.
Yeah.
The interesting Nicomachean ethics is an analysis of friendship within the context of a paternal relation.
Yep.
Aristotle writes to his son Nicomachus. Likewise, Cicero's treatise on friendship is addressed to Marcus, his son. And so we see throughout the great tradition this relation between education and friendship. And of course, Jesus tells his disciples or his students, no longer are you my servants, but you are my friends. So I'd love for you to expand on that. And also, perhaps if you have a reflection, share how as students, maybe future professors, just in an academic capacity, we can promote the good that is friendship in our practical lives.
Yeah. So is a great question. I do think I sort of tentatively gestured towards it through the paper, insofar as is the central to this idea of friendship is truth and truthfulness, right? And so what is the end of learning, of education? It is truth, right? That's the goal. Now you need, Christian theology to sort of find this unity with also goodness and beauty, the three transcendentals later on. But in any case, an important feature of friendship is always and everywhere truth. And so how does that actually phenomenologically play out? So as I said before, it is our friends who are able to know us in a way that we ourselves are blind to, right? So I can think that I know myself in a whole variety of different ways. I can know my talents and my gifts and everything else. And to a certain extent, you're right. You do know yourself. And sort of the progression of life is coming to know yourself to a certain extent all the more, or becoming more who you truly are. However, what I think is always important to understand is that this sort of inward focus, this I, is only and always completed by the other, the thou. So there's a need in which we can only kind of fully know truth in its wholeness, in its fullness, through the perspectives and aid of others outside of ourselves, right? We don't have some sort of privileged or individuated access to truth in its completeness. We need others in order to actually experience what truth in fact is. And so specifically, I referred to that verse, Matthew 18:20, where Christ says, where two or more of you are gathered, there I am. And this, I think, is important, because who is Christ? He is the Logos. He is truth, right? So, he doesn't say in your sort of private meditation and prayer or, experience or whatever, there I am. He says, when you're with others, there I am. So I think that there's this communal nature to sort of the fullness of truth. Now, in terms of practically cultivating friendships, I don't think, in general, you need to be in any particular field, right? So it's, our best friends, like I say in the paper, our best friends are a lot of the time unlooked for. They just kind of happen upon us as we're going through life, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I can't conceptualize life without this other person. But in terms of, especially sort of the academic world, I think especially Dr. Baer, Dr. Mitchell have both been great examples of this. They have students over, right, to come to their house for an Easter feast. Or we are intentional, for instance, in the political theory and political philosophy program, we are intentional about having events. We're having this conference here. This is an exercise of friendship in an important way. We have the theory retreats where we get together and read a novel and then talk about it. This is sort of a practical and intentional exercise of friendship. We may not necessarily immediately talk about it that way or think about it that way, but that's what it is. So yeah, I guess being intentional, and then of course you can consider more broadly, you can just think about sacramental living in general, and there's lots of great resources on that. But sacramental living in general looks like, well, like I said in my introductory remarks about Father Zosima, it's a responsibility for the world and your neighbor. I think fundamentally, and in an important way, and it's an absolute paradox to me, because it's not what you expect, because the pain of the humiliation is deep and real, but the way you get through it is through the gratitude for it. You know, there's a real sense in which, and that gratitude is inspired because of the love of one's friends, right? So it's not that you have gratitude in isolation from others. You have gratitude because there's an other who's saying, you know, you may not deserve it. This is a humiliation. This is a pain that you're going through, but I'm going to come alongside you and be with you in and through it. And then you're able to sort of transcend it and become grateful for it. So Solzhenitsyn powerfully talks about how he was grateful for the gulags. And the Christian testimony constantly is talking about how I'm grateful for my sufferings for Christ. What is this other than friendship in this sort of absolute sense, in an important way? What is the cross other than Christ being a friend to us in an important way?
Questions?
Okay.
Seeing none, let's thank Justin for closing us in such a fine fashion.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just, in closing, I just want to thank everybody. Again, thank you so much for being here. We wouldn't have it unless people showed up, so thank you so much. Thank you for the people who are watching online, either live or later on the recording. It's an absolute pleasure, and I hope and pray that we'll be able to have another great conference next year. Thanks.